Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is ASO Tarot, and in today's Pick a Card reading, we are going to be meeting your spiritual team. I am so excited to do this reading today. We are going to get tons of information about who these guides are, what their purpose is in your life, who they are, how they may be related to you, why they're guiding you, tons of signs and synchronicities related to them, and we'll finish off with some channeled messages from them. So if you're overwhelmed by how many piles are here, that is absolutely okay. This reading is designed for you to pick more than one pile. Now, if you don't feel drawn to any piles or you only feel drawn to one pile, it is absolutely fine to only pick one. But if you don't feel drawn to any, I would say there's probably no messages for you in this reading. I will say though, there are a lot of piles here, so hopefully there is something in here for you. But if you feel drawn to more than one pile, or you just want to watch the entire reading or all 10 readings and see if they resonate with you, feel free to do whatever works best for you. You will know in your soul whether this, like when I am talking about the energies, you'll know in your soul whether it's something guiding you or not. I trust your judgment on this, and you should trust your judgment too. So we have 10 piles to choose from today. Starting over here with pile 1, we have this little fluorite hedgehog. I've had this little guy for a while, but this is the first time he's coming out for a reading, so be nice to him. And then for pile 2, we have this beautiful clear quartz moon. And then for pile 3, we have this strawberry quartz cube. And then for pile 4, we have this labradorite rose. And then for pile 5, we have this flower agate sun. And then moving to the bottom row, starting with pile 6, we have this glittery, shimmery gold sandstone star. Maybe it's goldstone. It's either goldstone or gold sandstone. And then we have this cute little Dalmatian jasper dog. And then that's pile 7. And then for pile 8, we have this prophecy stone that looks like a lumpy turd, but honestly, such an underrated stone. Powerful queen, love her. And then for pile 9, we have this cute little Rider-Waite heart. And then finally for pile 10, we have this Larimar shell. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which piles you feel most drawn to. Feel free to hop around in whichever order feels right to you. You don't have to start with, no, like, do it in any way you want, I guess. But I would start with the one that you feel most drawn to and then go from there. But do whatever works best for you. Once you picked your pile, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And once you have picked your timestamp, you can go ahead and click on that, and we will get into your reading and meet the beautiful souls on your spiritual team. Hi there, pile 1. If you guys chose the little fluorite hedgehog, I've decided his name is going to be Hans. This is going to be your reading on the spirit guide on your spiritual team that is coming through. Sorry about the lighting. Hopefully that doesn't bother you. But it's still sunny, and I just wanted a little sun. Okay, so to start, we have the 7 of Pentacles. We have the Ace of Wands. We have Trumpet Gentian, power and healing. To get what you love, you first have to be patient with what you have. We also have the number 4. You bring stability and rationality to any situation. You are the rock, and you're the rock in your hard work. That's what she said. And perseverance make you a dependable friend, partner, and colleague. I am stable. And we also have a major shift is about to come into your life experience, and change your past direction. Be open and stay positive. I am optimistic. Okay, Spirit's telling me to start with this. So this guide is one you actually haven't met yet, which is really exciting. Actually, from what I can tell here, this guide was never guaranteed to enter your life, and it is only because of the changes that you have been making, and this new beginning that you are embarking on, that is allowing this guide to come in. So from what I can tell here, you may be getting signs from this guide already. Like, they may be throwing signs your way, and you might be wondering like where they're coming from. If you are in tune with your guides at all, you might be wondering why, like, who is sending you these signs. And I think it's definitely this guide. So with the guide representing themselves as the Ace of Wands, one thing that this tells me is that this guide is here to bring you motivation, to help guide you. The Ace of Wands and the Seven of Pentacles also talk about business, entrepreneurship, things of that nature. And I definitely think that this guide is coming in to help you with your business or your career or your creative endeavors, whatever you feel passionate about in life, and whatever you do to make sure that you survive, that is what this guide is here to help you with. But there is a very independent nature to this. There's a lot of one energy. You know, you chose pile one. We have the Ace of Wands, which really looks like a one. So I definitely think it's more likely that this guide has a more masculine energy. They certainly don't have to, but I think this guide is coming in to help you grow in terms of your leadership abilities and provide lots of inspiration for you and help guide you forward in a way that is going to be beneficial in the long run. So like, one thing that I'm seeing here, you guys actually got two of these number cards. And so this guide is saying that they're stable and they're optimistic. So, and obviously they want you to be these things as well, but I was using them to kind of like describe how they are, just have them describe their personality. And so they're kind of saying that they're coming in to kind of give you this sense of rejuvenation. And I got the imagery of like passing a baton, like on a track team. It's almost like you've had a guide. I think you've had a guide guiding you up until this point, and as you're going through this shift, it's like this guide is tossing off the baton to this guide. So like, this guide is planning on getting it. One thing that's really weird that I heard right as I was about to start your reading, if you've ever seen the movie The Incredibles, I heard the scene where the mom, Helen, is trying to check in. You know, she's like, I literally heard, checking in, this is India Golf, niner, blah, blah, blah. I repeat, do you hear me? Like, something like that. And there was almost this sense of panic. And I can even, like, right now, like, I felt like a flush, like a rush of panic. And in that scene, it's a really tense scene because she's in this plane with her children, and they're like, and somebody's like trying to shoot the plane down. And she's trying to get her daughter, because obviously they're incredible and they have powers. She's trying to get her daughter to put a force field around the plane. But that doesn't happen, which I'm just remembering now. But your guide was using this as a metaphor to say, you might be wondering like when this guide is going to show up for you, or like when you're going to get more information about them, or when this shift is going to happen. And this guide is essentially saying like, it's gonna happen right at like the last second, but it's not actually the last second. It will feel that way for you. I feel like you have this like tense energy around you right now where you're really ready and motivated to change, but it's like the energy is not available to you quite yet. And so your guide is essentially saying soon, but not yet. Like this, you're getting ready for this shift. And so part of this energy, your guide wants you to know that you should be in this energy of reflection, thinking about where you've been and how far you've come, and also thinking about what is next for you and how can you plan and get ready. Because I think one thing that you don't realize is that you're more prepared for this next stage than you think. I think you're maybe being a little bit hard on yourself, and you might be blaming the fact that things on an earthly level are taking a while to shift, and thinking it's something wrong with you. It's nothing wrong with you. I think it's literally just like the Seven of Pentacles is right before the Eight of Pentacles. So, and the Pentacles are the slowest moving suit in the deck. So this guide is essentially saying, like, you're getting to the Eight of Pentacles, which is all about work, right? But I'm going to initiate. You're going to know when you're ready to truly start this new beginning, because I'm going to initiate this. Like, I'm going to make you aware of it in whatever way, shape, or form. And I think one big thing, like the 555, this guide is saying, I think the biggest thing that this guide is going to help you with is inspiration and like excitement and like motivation to go after your goals. So even if you feel like maybe some of your shame comes from the fact that you do feel like you should be working, or you know what you should be doing, but you just don't have the energy to do it, this guide is saying that's because this is your time for rest. Things are going to get busier, things are going to get crazier, and we want you to use this down period, this rest period, to get your, like, just your mental energy together and come up with a solid plan for what's next. Because the biggest thing that I'm seeing here, and this is what I love about this, because the Ace of Wands, you know, wands are very powerful, but they can also be very fickle. They're kind of the opposite of Earth, right? Oh shit, I just knocked my water bottle over, but that's okay. So, oh my God. Holy shit. Jesus. Sorry. I love when I cough on my own spit and water. Okay. Anyway, this guide is essentially saying the reason you don't have like this burst of motivation and energy right now is because you're supposed to be like, you know, getting your ducks in a row, like figuring out what your game plan is. This guide wants to come in and give you this burst of energy and opportunity when you know what you're doing. And one thing that I just heard is that, I just heard you heard with purred. Shout out to my Parks and Rec fans. But one thing that I heard was that you can be aligned with this energy sooner rather than later, depending on how quickly you align yourself with this stable plan that you have. Because what I'm seeing is that once you have a stable plan for whatever it is that you're doing, and one thing that I'm hearing is that that stable plan may involve routine changes of some kind. It's going to align you with that energy of like a burst of motivation. And it's gonna give like this guide a gateway to come in and be like, okay, here I am, let's get to work. So let's go a little bit deeper and see what else they want you to know. So we have grouse. Express yourself through rhythm by drumming and dancing. So this is actually interesting. I remember when I shuffled this, I was like, what the fuck is a grouse? And then I realized, oh, I think that, okay, well, it could literally be a grouse, which that's a very specific sign. But I heard that, because grouse rhymes with mouse and it rhymes with house. And I was thinking, if there's any animals that you just see a lot around your house, that could be a sign of this guide. But it makes sense that this guide would want you to express yourself through like rhythm and dancing. Dancing is an excellent way to like get out anxious energy. And let's be clear here, like you don't have to be a good dancer by any means. This guide is actually saying that like just dancing to music around your house when you're like cleaning or like getting organized or things of that nature can be really motivating and inspiring for you. And it could just kind of get any nervous energy out that you may have. But one thing that I'm also seeing is that this guide may communicate to you through music. But we also have align your life, what is not aligned or needs to change. So this guide is definitely pointing out the fact that you're not in alignment in some way. And I think it is that you need, like this guide wants you to have a solid plan before you take more action, if that makes sense. And we also have love who you are. You are divine, delightful, and deserving of the wonderful things life has to offer. And what I love about this as well is that it's a number 8, and 8 is all about abundance. And I think that's like kind of the energy that you're getting into. I think the biggest energy that you're getting into though is like a flow energy, where you're not going to struggle with your routine as much once you have a stable routine to go off of, and it's going to be easier for you to find the flow. One thing that I'm hearing is that there are certain things in your routine that benefited you before that don't anymore, and so you might have to tweak that, but that might not be for everyone. I think one thing that this guide is saying is that they're very excited to meet you. Well, they kind of already know you. They're kind of watching from afar, like almost like they're like your online bestie, but they're about to like come hang out with you in person. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. But they're very excited to work with you. And I think one thing that they want you to know is that like they feel honored to work with you, and they knew before you were ever incarnated that it wasn't necessarily guaranteed that they would get to work with you, because it would depend on where your life path went and what you decided to do. And so I think that this guide is just incredibly excited to work with you. I think they really enjoy your energy, and I think that they are also passionate about whatever it is that you're doing. And so they will have tons of inspiration for you, tons of motivation for you, and will just be more than willing to just give you bursts of energy or advice. This is a guide like literally with their hand, like they want to give you a helping hand. And one thing that I just heard is this guide may also communicate to you through claircognizance. So if there's a voice that comes in your head that does not sound like your own internal dialogue, and it's not a voice that you've ever heard before, it might be this guide like giving you answers or information. But we also have your authentic truth. So I think that this is maybe something that is holding you back as well with this I am stable card. I love that the 4 matches the I am stable card, because I think that part of the reason why you maybe don't feel stable right now is because you're ready for this change, but you're not giving yourself the space and time that you need to figure out what's going to work best for you. I feel like, for example, like if you have ADHD, for example, I'll use ADHD because I have that, so I can actually give maybe decent advice on that. You know, you're gonna struggle with like basic shit, like, you know, cleaning your kitchen or doing your laundry, or, you know, taking care of your basic needs, like remembering to eat, especially when you're passionate about something. That can be difficult, right? And I think that you might be shaming yourself about things that you're not good at, when what this guide wants you to realize is that you're not meant to be good at everything, but there are things that you're good at, which is why you're pursuing them, right? And so this guide is saying, embrace the fact that you're shitty at some things, and like look for solutions to make that better. So if paying someone, for example, so like if paying someone would to clean your house or to do your laundry or to just do a task for you, do that. If the grocery store is overwhelming for you and you can afford to get your groceries delivered, do that. If you can't afford to get your groceries delivered, most grocery stores at this point do the like check-in, like you do that thing where you can like order your groceries online and then just go there and pick them up. I think that would be really helpful for some people. I don't know about you guys, but like I hate the grocery store more than anything. So I think one thing that this guide wants you to understand is that like use your creativity to your advantage and find a stable solution for your routine and your life that works for you. It doesn't have to work for other people. It just has to work for you. So if you're a night owl, for example, maybe you want to make your work schedule like noon to 8 or something like that. Like, if you can, obviously. For some of you that may not be the case, but there's a huge energy of entrepreneurship in this pile. There's a huge energy of, at the very least, like I just heard side hustle. I feel like this is the potential. A lot of people that pick this pile, I think, are aligning with opportunities to either work for themselves or start creating a life where you are more in control of what you're doing, like freelance, things of that nature. And I think that this guide is saying like you're getting closer and closer and closer to your authentic truth. You're doing amazing and you're about to have this major shift. But what you need to know is that one thing holding you back is the fact that you're shaming yourself about parts of you that are just who you are. And while we can grow and improve, you shouldn't shame yourself for those things. You know, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just we all have strengths and weaknesses. And so this guide wants you to be authentically you and recognizing where you have weaknesses and saying, okay, these are probably areas where I need some kind of help. How can I get some kind of help? And whether that's asking your loved ones for help, whether that's getting therapy or something like that, whatever it may be for you, I think that this guide wants you to understand that that you've done so much. Like, all you need to do is embrace the fact that, like, you're really doing the thing. Like, you're really following what's right for you, and that's really scary. And I think that you may just be getting a little too in your head and wondering, like, oh, what if I screw all this up, or what if I ruin what I have going for me? And this guide is saying, stop. Like, there's no reason to be worried about that. Like, things might feel slow right now, but that's just a cycle that you're going through, a shift. Like, it's the energy that's setting you up for what you need to move forward in a very positive way. Like, this is almost kind of like, you know how, like, on a roller coaster, when you get to the top, it kind of slows down. I feel like that's where you are. And so, like, you're about to, like, go down the hill. And I don't mean that in a bad way, like, not going down, but I mean that, like, things are going to pick up a lot quicker. It's kind of like you're getting over this hump. Okay, so we are going to look at some deeper signs and advice from this guide. So we have the horseshoe, good luck. We have the claw, be careful, do not take risks. We have February, and we have dark man, dealings or relationship with a man with dark complexion or hair. So this dark man card could be an indication of what this spirit guide looks like, or it could be signs of, like, this spirit guide coming your way. So if something kind of looks like this, or you see a familiar face that you can't quite put your finger on out and about, I would definitely think that it would be this guide or some variation of this guide, like, trying to show its presence, but it doesn't have to be. I definitely think horseshoes could be a good sign of this guide, that, like, I feel like this guide could use horseshoes as a way of saying that they approve of something. There's also some little flowers in here. I use the trumpet gentian as, like, a sign, but this literally says power and healing. And so this guide is literally saying, like, I'm here to guide you and help you stand in your power and not feel so powerless. And also, I think there's a lot of healing around feeling disempowered that you're kind of doing right now. And this guide is going to come in and kind of give you that reinforcement you need to just take this next step and feel more confident in yourself. And I like that we have this claw here. Be careful, do not take risks, because this guide is saying that you need to go about this in a stable way. Because what I'm hearing here is that when things pick up, if you don't have a stable routine to fall back on, you're going to get overwhelmed, you're going to make messy, careless mistakes, and they're going to burden you, and you're just going to be hard on yourself over them. And so this guide is essentially saying, I'm not telling you this to stress you out. I'm not telling you this to make you afraid. I'm telling you this so that, like, when you get to the point that you are in this next shift, you're confident in yourself, and you're growing and you're learning, and you're not having to fall back on old habits or shame yourself or feel like shit about yourself for, you know, a careless mistake or something like that. This is all about prevention. Like, that's what this guide is saying. It's like, use this time period for prevention and planning, so that when we carry out our actions, because, like, it's a we thing for you in this guide, when we start carrying our actions out, we're not getting in over our head, or not allowing what our like feelings are saying to us to override our original plan. And with this February card, February could be a significant month. You could have Aquarius or Pisces placements, or this guide could this shift could, like, a bigger shift could happen in February, depending on when you watch this reading. It's September right now, so a little bit far away, but depending on when you find this reading, that might be relevant for you. I also think, though, that this is kind of speaking to the claircognizance as well, excuse me. I almost feel like this guide might make themselves known with the wind, because there's like all of this like cloud energy. So like if you're just outside and like the wind blows really hard and then you just have a random thought that definitely does not belong to you, I would say that it is this guide talking to you using claircognizance. And so looking at your other cards, we have luck is self-belief and almost ready, which I love. So your guide is literally saying like you're this close, like you're so close, like we just want you to be in a place where you are ready. And if you've ever seen Harry Potter, this is like a luck serum. I'm always so bad at saying like things properly, so I'm just not gonna say the actual name of it, but essentially in the movie, Harry has it because of course, well, he earned it, but still, he pretends to put it in his like friend's drink before they had like a big match. And so their friend like totally thought that he used his luck potion on him. And so then he played amazingly, and Harry revealed that he didn't do that. It was totally the placebo effect. And here's the thing, the placebo effect is real. Like, I don't know why people think like the placebo effect invalidates things. The placebo effect shows the power of the mind and the power of believing in what you're doing. The fact that you can take a baby aspirin and believe it helps you, and then there are actual benefits to it. I mean, not in the same way where it might be different. Not in the same way where there's like, the point of what I'm saying is that the placebo effect is real and it can work, and you need to believe in yourself and trust that that you are already doing amazing, sweetie, and that you will be doing amazing. So we're gonna finish off with some final little channeled messages from this guide. So let's see, what do you want to say to pile 1? You cannot understand our unconditional love for you if your heart is blocked. So one thing that this guide wants you to know is that like you're always going to be suspicious of your guides if you can't understand where your guides are coming from. So what your guides want you to understand is that where they exist, unconditional love is omnipresent. It's the same, it's as available and free as like the oxygen we breathe on the physical realm. And they have so much love to give to you, and they're not humans, so they don't have ego. They don't have ulterior motives. If they're your guides, of course. And we're talking about your guides. So this guide is saying, you know, you're not going to be able to understand where I'm coming from unless you're able to feel the feelings that I have for you. And that's part of the reason why understanding unconditional love is so important, not just on a personal level, but to be able to trust your guides more and understand, like, why the hell do they even care? Like, why are they even helping me? It's because they love you. A certain deity wants to work with you. Pay attention to the signs. So this guide could actually be a deity. So if has been like, if the name of a deity pops in, because like one thing that I noticed and that I liked was that this guide didn't really show a form of some kind. So I think for some of you, it could be a spirit guide, or it could be a deity that wants to work with you. Or this guide will bring forward a deity. If you don't have any deities that have been coming into your life, I always find that deities find me. So don't worry if like if you haven't gotten the signs yet, like you'll know if a deity wants to work with you. But if you already have one in mind, it could be this deity that's coming through, or this guide saying that they want you to work with this deity as well. Okay, what else? Aw, we have thank you for being a friend. So yeah, your guide is saying, you know, if you have acknowledged them in any way, I think this is kind of all your guides, but they're essentially saying like, you know, thank you for letting us be a part of your life. Thank you for letting us guide you. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for being you, and thank you for all you've done just for like the collective and for your own benefit. Your guides just want to say they think you're golden, and they absolutely adore you, and more than anything, they just want to have a closer relationship with you. And on the back of the deck, we have pay attention to your thoughts. they manifest your reality? Are they in alignment with your highest good? And I made this a long time ago, and I almost like that the pen like got like faded and shitty, because I don't think that your thoughts necessarily manifest your reality. I think that your thoughts either help manifest your reality or hurt manifesting your reality. I think it really just depends on your attitude. Your attitude should be gratitude. So I think that's what your guides are saying. So keep your attitude in check. But other than that, I think you're golden. This guide is coming in. You're almost ready. You're doing great. And I think that's really all this guide has to say to you, pile 1. So if you enjoyed this reading, definitely leave me a like and comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. Thank you so much to everybody who watches my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch or you can check out my social media as well. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. I really hope it resonated. And I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. If you guys chose the clear quartz moon, this is going to be your reading, and we will see the spirit guide that is coming through for you. So to start, we have the Ace of Wands, we have the 7 of Swords, which I'm being told to put there. We have number 3, I am charismatic. We have first emotions of love. Love is the magician that pulls man out of his hat. Then we have awakening. We have simple acts of kindness. Kindness energizes you and brings happiness to those around you. I think I'm gonna put that over here. And then finally, we have share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution expression, and chimpanzee. Use both your intuition and your intellect to solve the problem, to get answers to your question. Oh, this feels weird. This is like driving me nuts, actually. Okay. That will have to do. So pile 2, there's 2 different camps that this reading is for, but the first message I have to give out first because it is incredibly important. For those of you who picked this pile first, for those of you who picked this pile at all, either you're communicating with the spirit guide or you have the desire to communicate with your spirit guides. For some of you, I feel like you may be having a spiritual awakening of some kind. For a lot of you, I get the vibe that you may be new to spirituality, and that's something that you're starting. So if you're in the camp of new to spirituality and stuff like that, I will get to you guys in a second, but you'll definitely want to hear this because this is pile 2's message. So if you have been communicating with a guide, I don't think that this is actually a guide, if I'm going to be honest. It seems to be that there is some type of spirit. It definitely feels like an earthbound spirit, so it's more so like a ghost. And it's not nefarious. And I know you would think that with the 7 of Swords, but it's not nefarious. It's just bored. And when you think about the idea that human spirits are just, humans, like human energy without the physical body, it seems like there is a spirit in your field that has either been posing as a guide that you already know and communicate with, and you'll know that's the case if this guide has been acting strangely or something feels off, or you don't know who this guide is at all, and they're just saying that they are a guide. This spirit is not a guide. And the cards even indicate why this is. So your spirit guides are unconditionally loving, and they come from a place of just intense, insane love for you. And so a spirit guide is never going to be mean to you. A spirit guide is never going to belittle you. A spirit guide is never going to intentionally hurt you. And I say intentionally because spirit guides can give us tough love, but that's to heal us, not to hurt us. We think in the moment it's to hurt us, but it's really for our own healing. This guide is more so just, it has kind of a trickster energy, like it's bored, and you might find that if you've been getting weird guidance lately, or there's just a spirit that's been coming through, I don't think that it's your guide, and that might be a triggering message for you, and you might get scared and afraid, and I want you to know right now that this is something that happens to many, many people. I mean, like literally my guides, like when I met my first guide, like I was tested before I actually met him. So moving forward, when you are communicating with guides, you want to have some sort of secret code with them, and they will show you what it is. And typically, ideally, you don't want it to be something visual. You want it to be something energetic. Spirit is incredibly subtle, and that's kind of the blessing and the danger of spirit work, is that you have to be very mindful when you are working with spiritual energy, because if you're not careful, if your energy is not grounded or protected, you know, spirit can be very subtle, and it can very easily mask itself as something that it's not. So in this case, if you have had a spirit in your life that hasn't been saying nice things to you or hasn't been supportive, now let me be clear, spirit guides can be sassy, they can be funny, they can have a personality, but they're not mean. They're not going to shame you, they're not going to belittle you, and that's the huge difference. Like, I have a guide that's very like ostentatious and like funny, but he's not a dick. Like, he's never said a mean thing to me ever, but he's like jokingly made fun of me, you know what I mean, in a way that's like jovial and fun. And so all you need to know is whenever you are communicating with what seems like a guide, ask that guide to show you love. Because if it is a guide, the feeling that they can show you is absolutely like unmistakable. If you don't know what love feels like, you will once they show you it. But the best advice that I can give you when it comes to how do you know if a spirit is legitimately a guide or not, if any part of you is just uncertain or something doesn't feel right, that's a sign that you shouldn't trust whatever it is. Because the assurance that spirit guides can actually bring you, and the level of like calm and like assurance and power just associated with their energy is something so distinct that when you're able to compare it, so if you've never communicated with one of your actual spirit guides before, you'll see the difference immediately. And so if you pick this pile first, you should definitely check out another pile when we're done with this one, because that might be showing a guide that actually wants to come through. But I do see for this pile, there has been for some of you, there has been an earthbound that has been messing with your energy, and that has been pretending to be a guide. And I hope that's not an upsetting message for you, but it's an important one to have, because you don't want to like theoretically you can still, you know, communicate with them, do anything you want with them, but you have to be aware that they're not operating from the same perspective and frequency as a spirit guide is. So their advice may not be very great, what they're telling you may not be very great, and sometimes earthbounds have their own agendas. So, and from what I can see here, this earthbound seems to know how to say the right things, because we have I am charismatic. And so I think that in that case, if this guide is talking a big game but can't show you love, not a guide at all. In fact, you might be feeling discouraged and frustrated because this guide may have been actually distracting you from the things that you are actually aligned with. And that's kind of the scary thing about spirit, but like it happens to anyone who is doing this stuff, like working with spirits and that nature. Like these things just happen. And so I love that this lilac is here, because this is kind of your guides, your actual guides way of saying, you'll know it's us when you feel that love. And all you have to do is say, show me love, ask. And that's what we're seeing here as well. Share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression. Because here's the thing, your abilities may just be coming online right now, and you haven't really asked for a spirit guide to come through, but a spirit with the opportunity to communicate with you is coming through that way to make you feel safe, where it just wants stimulation and attention, and you're just like, oh, okay, I guess this guide wants to talk to me. But that's why this chimpanzee is important. Use both your intuition and your intellect to solve the problem. So, you know, you have to also be kind of discerning while you're following your intuition. If your intuition's saying, something doesn't feel right, then you have to ask yourself why that might be. But the beautiful thing is that I think that this has been kind of a lesson for you, a wake-up call for you, which, like, these things can happen more than once. Spirit is really subtle. That's why it's important to keep up with your practice, stay on your game. And I think one thing here as well, like, your guides, like, will do simple acts of kindness towards you, and I don't think that spirit has. Like, I think this spirit has talked a big game, but they haven't really backed it up, and that's because they're an earthbound who is bored, or a little bit chaotic. Their energy to me is very chaotic neutral, and so I don't think that even if they are someone, like, if you still want to, like, communicate with them, that's fine, but I just don't trust anything that they say. But your spirit guides are saying that their presence will not only energize you, but it will help you feel that inner peace, and you will notice, like, a difference. There is a very distinct difference. And I think one thing that if you are going to be channeling your guides, or you want to communicate with your guides, I would have a power animal with you protecting you. And so a power animal is literally just like an animal that you resonate with at a spirit level, that accompanies you on spirit journeys and accompanies you on in protecting you, or just it can be a way to send specific energy. Like, for example, if you needed to feel courageous, then you might want to call forward a lion power animal, so that, like, that lion can give you that loving, courageous energy, because power animals are a really safe spirit energy to work with. But what spirit wants you to understand is that this is not something to feel ashamed of, not to be, you shouldn't get upset like you didn't do anything wrong. Like, this is just all part of learning and awakening, and this is just a part of your awakening experience. And in fact, it's through doing this that you're going to be much more open to spirit than you were before, because you've been heavily limiting yourself by not using your voice and not asking for what you want. So when you want to meet a spirit guide, you have to set those intentions and say, nothing but my spirit team, my spirit guides of the loving and highest good may communicate with me. Like, nothing else can communicate with me. Set your boundaries. You have the power here, and you have to set boundaries with spirit, because spirit is everywhere, and there are lots of spirits everywhere. And if you don't set proper boundaries, they're not going to give a shit about them. So it's your own energetic protection and your assertion and you setting those boundaries that kind of forces them to respect that. Now, for the other group who is not communicating with spirit guides at all and is more new to spirituality, what I will say is that this is actually not about a specific guide. This is actually more so about the fact that I think that your guides are saying that you may need to slow down, or that you may be biting off more than you can chew. Especially if you're very new to spirituality, you may feel like you're ready to meet your guides, but your guides really aren't going to show up until you're truly ready. So your guides are kind of saying, we're around, but you can't really tell yet because it's not quite time yet. So for this second group, the Seven of Swords energy just gives me like this sneaky energy where like you can't really tell where they are or what they're doing or how they're helping you. They're just a little bit more removed and a little bit under the radar right now. But that's only because you're awakening to it. And this is a new beginning for you. And I think one thing that could help you is candle gazing and also fire magic. Lighting candles, I think in general, could just be helpful for you. But essentially what your guides are saying is, if you've been wanting your guides to come forward, you can always ask, and they may or may not oblige. And the reason why that is because if they don't think you're ready, they're not going to show up. Because you might think that you're ready, but you may deep down actually be a little afraid, or you may just not be in alignment to be like directly communicating with them or be directly open with them yet. But I think what your guides are saying is that you're going to be awakening to their presence soon. And the way that you will know this, lilacs, it seems like there's a lot of forest creatures in here. So any of these animals, foxes, badger, deer, squirrels, birds, anything, and chimpanzees, anything that, anything that has like a very soft, calm, loving energy. Because I think that maybe, I think you need to establish more of a relationship with spirit in general first, to understand that you have more power than you realize. And so I think like what your guides are saying for this pile specifically is that they will show up when it's time and when you're truly ready. And don't force yourself to get to a point that you're not ready to be at yet, because it's just not going to happen until you're truly ready, and you're just going to wonder what's wrong or why it's not happening. Working with spirit can be difficult because it's so subtle, and at times it can be remarkably simple, and then in others it can feel remarkably complicated. And so I think what your guides are saying is that just keep following what feels right to you, and keep listening to your inner heart and what your heart is telling you. And when the time is right, when you feel ready, ask your guides to come forward. And if they don't come forward, if they don't and let's be real, guides can come forward in different ways. They can come forward in meditation. That's personally my favorite way to like communicate with my guides, or that's the clearest way I communicate with my guides. But like, depending on your abilities, like they just kind of talk to me in my head. And I know what they are. I'm not like schizophrenic or anything, like, but I think y'all know that. But, yeah, essentially the point of this pile is to say spirit loves that you want to work with it, but you have to get the basics down before they don't want you to dive in the deep end, because it's just going to be too much. It's going to be overwhelming. And you're kind of like, you don't want to be in a place where it's too much too soon, because like you can see just from the other group that I was addressing, spirit can be subtle. Spirit isn't always what it portrays to be. And so you have to be confident, you have to be grounded, you have to be centered, and you have to be able to trust what you're intuiting and what you're experiencing in order to truly take guidance from spirit. So let's go ahead and see what other messages are here for you. So we have basket, recognition, reward for merit. We have weeping willow, family sorrow. We have flag, do not be tempted to lower your standards. And chain, a chain of events that will affect your life. Yeah, so I think that this spirit is really saying that like, this is just one step in your journey, and especially if you're on the beginning end of your spiritual journey, like what spirit wants you to understand is like, this is just the beginning. Like, you do not need to be rushing this process. Like, it's going to happen naturally, and it's going to happen the way it needs to happen. One thing that I am hearing is that if you live in an old home, you may need to clear the home. There could be, I don't want to say negative energy attached to it, but like sad energy attached to it, because I think that there could have been bad things that happened in that home, like not related to you or your family, but like just there's energy around where you live. It could even be neighbors that could be affecting you and your mental health and your ability to just like be centered and be grounded and be present. So be aware if you feel like pangs of sadness or like that are out of the norm, like out of the norm for you. So if you struggle with like mental illness, that's a totally different thing. And obviously you want to make sure you're getting help for that. But if you are just like sad out of nowhere, or like just feeling these really intense emotions and you have no idea why, it is likely because there is some sort of spiritual energy affecting you. And that's when you want to ask yourself, is this feeling mine? If not, return to sender, and then like just take 2 seconds to ground yourself, or just affirm that like you're safe, you're loved. Literally the most powerful thing you can say in the world is, I am safe, I am loved, I am protected, it is my will, and so it is. Like the best thing that like you can do is literally just say affirmations, say prayers. Like, words have power, words hold energy, and like you can trust that your words can keep you safe. Like, that's even, swords are all about communication, and spirit is saying like you need to be specific about the energies you want to channel. You need to be specific about what you do and don't want. Set your boundaries, use your voice, because otherwise we're not going to really come forward, or we're not going to interact with you in the way that you want, because you haven't asked for it. And even if you have asked for it, sometimes we ask for it, but we're not showing the universe that we're truly ready. So be aware of that as well. But with this flag here, this is spirit literally saying, pay attention to red flags. If you are working with spiritual energies, you have to be like super discerning, like Simon Cowell levels of scrutiny with every spirit that you have. Because once you have a more established relationship with your guides, you'll know whether it's them or not. And with this basket here, I think spirit is saying like, you put in the work, you learn, and you will reap all the benefits. It's literally like you will reap what you sow here. And I think they want to recognize you for the fact that maybe getting to this spiritual point took a long time, and they're very proud of you. Or if you're feeling a little upset about the idea that there may be an earthbound like fucking with your shit, spirit is saying, this is, I bet, I would be willing to bet that a lot of you that picked this pile were probably suspicious and wondered if something would come up about this. So I think that spirit is saying, good job, like you're right, like you need to trust your gut. When something feels off, you're probably right. And one thing that spirit is saying is like, you will be rewarded tenfold for doing things then like like in a way that is natural for you, and like you will reap the harvest when it's time, if that makes sense. You're kind of dealing with the building blocks right now. So let's look at these 2 cards. We also have the last battle and give back. So in these cards, I definitely see like spirit is saying, I think you're really close to some type of awakening, to either meet your guides or be open and be ready for that. And like this may just be sorry, spirit was talking to me and then I forgot what I was saying. With this last battle card though, I think spirit is saying like, you know, especially if you are dealing with like an imposter guide, this is like just one big test, but it's like one of the last big ones. I think for a lot of you, actually no, for all of you, no matter where you are at in your journey, there's a new beginning coming. But I think what spirit is saying here for you is that be very protective and careful of your energy, because it might prolong this period and make you more exhausted. But with this give back, you know, normally I think of that in like a generous way, but I think of it in this way instead, as like give back all that BS that like this either this earthbound gave you. Give that earthbound their energy back and just be like, whatever. But I also think that like your guides are saying like, we will give back to you, like what you like, your work that you do with us, it's not for nothing. And you might be frustrated, like, why aren't you protecting me from like an earthbound that is in my space? And they're saying like, you need to learn this stuff. Like if we held your hand and coddled you the whole time, you wouldn't learn anything. Like your guides are not helicopter parents, they're guides. They're not gonna, you know, like send you notifications that are like, oh, hey, by the way, you shouldn't do XYZ or the whatever. And I think honestly, Spirit's just saying like, you need to take a deep breath and just, I think the biggest thing that you need right now is to clear your mind and just to maybe do some, I would listen to some sound healing, because that's a great way to just like block out any negative energy. I find, at least as long as you have headphones in, any sort of sound healing, like there's tons of sound healing like sound healing things on YouTube. I would say specifically ones around protection, and I also heard 963 hertz. That could like make you feel more in touch with spiritual energy. But looking at your channel messages now, I cut the deck and we got trust your gut. And so I think that is pretty apt. If something feels fishy, you gotta trust it and be like, what the hell? What the hell? You cannot understand our unconditional love for you if your heart is blocked. And so this is what Spirit is saying. You cannot understand if it's us coming through if you can't even feel what love feels like, or you can't even trust what love feels like. Because when you can feel how your guides feel for you, it can help you make better decisions for yourself, and it will help you know whether your guides are truly there or not. Because it literally, like, asking your guides to show you love is like asking a person to breathe. Like, they can do it. We also have honor the divine through your creativity. So one way you can maybe give back to yourself is to follow any creative pursuits that you may have. But I also think that this giving back to yourself energy is a lot about like trusting the divine to flow through you in creative ways. I would say for my artists and my writers, or my budding artists and writers, my aspiring artists and writers, you could channel Spirit through writing or through drawing. So that might be something you want to check out. And we also have when you see through the eyes of love, life doesn't feel as heavy. And so that's one thing that your guides want you to understand as well. Guide energy does not feel as dense as spirit energy. Spirit energy is like kind of everything. Guide energy is lighter and more loving. Earthbound energy is denser, and there's a definite difference. So if you've never felt your guide's energy before, you will feel the difference and you'll understand immediately, like, oh wow, okay, this is not my that was definitely not my guide. I understand now. And sometimes we need those references. We need to learn those lessons so that we don't make those mistakes in the future. And I think that it's more important for you to learn these lessons now than it is later on, because you don't want to establish a relationship where, like, you know, what if you went years without realizing that this wasn't a guide and like just wreaked havoc in your life? Like, we can't be having that. Earthbounds, they just want attention. They're like the equivalent of like Jerry's in so many ways. But some of them are really sweet. But, you know, it's the same way with people. There are kind and benevolent people. There are shitty people. There are awful people. And that's how earthbounds are. You can never anticipate what kind of person is going to come through. But finally, we have Make a Wish and 1111. So if 1111 has been a synchronicity, that is something that Spirit is saying. But I think Spirit is also asking you, if somebody has a birthday soon, keep your birthday wish a secret. And make sure you wish it. Yeah, so if you see 1111 following you around, that might be a sign. But I think that Spirit is saying, you know, make a wish, blow out your candle, and we'll help get you there. But by making your wish, you have to share your voice and speak up. So pile 2, I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. If you pick this pile, you're definitely going to want to check out some other piles so we can see who your spirit guides actually are, and what they want you to know, how they might be coming through, all of that nature. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. If you enjoyed this video, I'd love it if you liked, and if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. Thank you so much to everybody who watches my ads. It is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch over on CrowdMade. You can check out my social media, or you can check out my other readings where I have extended, and see if one of those extended suits your fancy. But I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much. I hope everyone has a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose the strawberry quartz cube, this is going to be your reading, and we are going to meet the guide that is coming through for you. So to start, we have the Queen of Wands, we have the 8 of Wands, and we have the Emperor. We have number 13, I am confident, and Magnolia, nobility and self-esteem. Then we have trust the niggle. What is the niggling feeling trying to tell you? And I know if you're like, trust the what? Yeah, N-I-G-G-L-E. It essentially just means that little nudge, that little gut feeling. We also have Gorilla. Take time to listen compassionately to those you love, especially your family members. Then we have Soul Tree and have patience. Love is patient and kind always. So the guide that's coming through for you is a very powerful guide, actually. They're coming through as the Emperor and the 8 of Wands, and they are helping you embrace your Queen of Wands energy or grow into this. So the Queen of Wands, now it doesn't matter what your gender is, but the Queen of Wands is a balance of fire and water. She represents Pisces and Aries energy, and also the Emperor represents Aries energy. So I definitely think that this guide is a prominent member of your soul family. And in fact, I think that they are likely like just a very strong, and like it's not, for some of you, I almost want to say this is an ancestor, but for others, it's definitely not. So if you resonate with the idea of having an ancestor, that, so for some of you, it could definitely be like, if you have a father or a grandfather, great-great-grandfather, but like passed away. This could be a passed on loved one that had direct influence in your life. And I would say if that's the case, they communicate with you often, using signs, synchronicities, whatever they need to get your attention. And so if you pick up on that, I would say that like, if you think that's them, you're absolutely right. But for others, I definitely get the vibe that this is a guide of yours that is very masculine, very protective over you, but at the same time, not in a way that is overbearing. This guide is here essentially to help you grow into the person that you're meant to be. This guide has been around for a really long time. They've likely been around since you were born. I think that this is one of your like main guides, and I think that they love you a whole lot. That's one thing they want you to know, but they are essentially here to help you recognize your worth and grow into the person that you're becoming. They're especially here to help you with your confidence, your magnetism. They're here to help you speak more confidently. They're here to help you not fear shining your light anymore. With Magnolia, nobility and self-esteem, there is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow men. The nobility lies in being superior to your former self. So I definitely think that this is apt for this pile, because this guide is definitely constantly pushing you to do your best. I definitely think that this guide, for some of you, has a sense of humor. For others, they are just more, they're kind of dry, but in like a funny way. It's really interesting. But they feel very compassionately towards you, and they are very protective over you, but in a way that's very hands off. So like, they are helping you embody this emperor energy. That's where they want you to get to, is like to fully understand the energy that they embody. I would say that this is like divine masculine energy in an earthly way. And so what I mean by that is like, you know, divine masculine energy, it honors, it protects, it provides, it, you know, and like distorted masculine energy, for example, is like aggressiveness or I don't know, douchiness. I'm not getting this guide. I don't think you feel their presence as much as you just get communication from them. Like, they're a very chatty guide, and I think that if you ask for signs from this guide, they'll give them to you like immediately. This guide is here to help you feel confident in your actions. This guide is here to make you, okay, this guide has like, not in a gross way, like daddy energy, and this guide is showing you how to be your own daddy, if that makes sense. Like this guide is saying like, you are also daddy. Like, you may think you're baby, you can be baby, but you're also daddy, and like, no matter what you identify as, like, I call myself daddy all the time because I think it's funny, but like, I'm using daddy in like a funny way. It doesn't matter what you like, what your gender is. It's just daddy energy, okay? That's what they're helping you with. They're helping you embrace your daddy energy. And with this soul tree here, they're definitely a huge part of your soul family. They've guided you before, they'll guide you again. And I think one thing that they want you to know is that like, they understand that you might get frustrated with them at times, or you may feel like, you know, where they're pushing you or like what they want you to do is too much or it's overwhelming. And I think that this guide is telling you like, I'm patient with you, so you need to be patient with yourself. Like, the reason why I don't, you know, the reason why I'm so hands off is to show you how to have patience with yourself, because a true leader, that's what this guide is all about, is like leadership and standing true in your power and being empowered. This guide is here to help you stand in your power. I'm hearing Playing with Fire by Blackpink in my head right now. But this guide will give you powerful gut feelings. And this guide, whenever you want to ask for this guide's guidance, they will give it to you in whatever way that you ask for it. I would suggest getting divination tools of some kind that you feel comfortable using. Be careful if you use a pendulum, though. You can't always guarantee. I don't know. I'm iffy on pendulums, but if you trust it and it feels safe to you, go for it. But this guide is trying to show you how to be a true leader, because leadership seems to be something very important to your life purpose and your journey. And this Gorilla card talks about taking the time to listen compassionately to those you love, especially your family members. You might not like what this guide has to say sometimes, or you might just disagree with it and disregard it. And I think this guide might be saying, even though my energy may be foreign to you, it doesn't mean that it's supposed to make you uncomfortable. Instead, be open to it and embrace it, because this energy is a part of you too. Like, this guide, I think that you have had incarnations with this guide, as like this guide being your father, grandfather, something of that nature, because I think that you and this guide are closely tied together. You're definitely part of the same soul family, like, that's for sure. But I think one thing that this guide wants you to understand is that like, they're teaching you, you've got the compassion part like down, like you've got the love like down, but what you don't have down is confidence in yourself. What you don't have is the recognition that you are nobility. Like, with this emperor here, like an emperor energy is coming through to be like, listen, like, you have to treat yourself like the king or queen that you are. Like, and that's why, like, it's coming through as a Queen of Wands energy. It's like, this Emperor is showing you how to balance your fire and water energy and use it in a productive way so that you can go after your goals. You know, a leader cannot be timid. A leader cannot be, well, let's say this. There's a difference between a leader and a boss. A boss would definitely be an Emperor in reverse. A boss demands. A boss doesn't hear others out. A boss does what they want. A boss, you know, is bossy. Whereas like a leader is, a boss also, I feel like, views the workers as separate from them. Whereas a leader recognizes that they are part of a team and views everybody on that team as an asset. And I think one thing that they want you to learn more about is just partnership and collaboration, in the sense of like hearing people out, because I think that you're already good at that, but they want you to be able to extend your ability to mediate, your ability to hear others out, to authentically show people that they're being seen and heard. They want you to take those aspects to a leadership position, because there are many leaders that are actually bosses, and they want you to be a leader, not a boss. And they think that you would be a great leader, and that's why they're like coming forward. And I think it's even so funny too. We had the number 13, number 4 coming out as the Emperor, and we have this Queen of Wands. It's like 1 wand in the 3. It's like, it's almost like another 4, and both those 4s reduced to 8. And so I think that this guide also wants you to know that like you can ask them questions, you can talk to them whenever you want. But like this, I think this guide sitting is a very important message, that like this guide is not going to smother you. This guide is not going to, in fact, like it's even hard to get communication from this guide like right now, because it's almost just so like, it's a vibe. It's an interesting vibe for sure. But I almost feel like this guide, you know, they will allow you to learn lessons the hard way. They're not going to say, now, pile 3, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should reconsider this. This guide, which honestly I think is so effective and badass. This guide is more so just like, you have me in you. You have parts of me in you. You're learning about them. I'm here to guide you through that process. I'm here to teach you how to become the best leader that you can possibly be, and to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. But I am not going to tell you how to get there, because you have to take the lead in this. To be a leader, you have to follow your own lead, bro. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. So this guide is saying, like, you have to trust your own judgment. You have to trust what your gut is telling you, because that's what a true leader does. A leader doesn't always have, you know, their spirit guides coming down and saying, hey, so we should think that like you should do this. Like, true leadership, you know, takes some gusto, takes courage, it takes confidence. And those are the attributes that this guide is helping you gain so that you can get where you need to be. And I think too, like, there's nothing noble in being superior to your fellow men. And that's boss energy. But true nobility lies in being superior to your former self. That's taking the lead in your own life. That's showing others how to follow. You are learning how to be a leader right now. And I guess that's the point of what this guide is saying. But we're gonna look a little bit deeper now and see what else they want you to know. So we have the Tower, a solid foundation, success with effort. We have the Cat, a 2-faced friend. We have Tent, a temporary situation. And we have July. So one specific message that I'm getting with the 2-faced friend, if you've been having a sinking feeling that maybe somebody that is pretending to be your friend or acts like your friend maybe has less than good intentions, I think this guide is coming forward to say, trust your intuitive feelings about this person. It may be helpful, like, they could have Cancer or Leo placements. They don't have to. It's just thinking of July. This guide could also be related to like Cancer energy or Leo energy, fire energy in general, but Cancer is technically water. July could be just a significant date. I'll just kind of leave that up to your own interpretation. But with the Tent and the Tower, I feel like the tent is where you are and the tower is where you're going. Which typically people are afraid of the tower, but in this deck, the tower is a good thing. Solid foundation, success with effort. So this tent is saying, you know, where you are right now is just literally, it's temporary. And in fact, you're just in a cycle of your evolution. And what this emperor, like what your guide is saying, your emperor guide, he's essentially saying, you have the ability to go from tent to tower. Solid foundation, success with effort. And so this guide is really saying, you know, put in the work. You've got what it takes. I'm so proud of you. But you need to trust yourself more and stop looking to others for guidance. You have, I mean, unless you feel called to, of course, because like that looks bad on me, right? You came to me for guidance. But after this, you need to trust yourself more and only seek out guidance to confirm what you're already feeling. Don't just mindlessly consume readings because they might mess with your energy or make you feel confused. So we also have Polyjuice, time to change and follow yourself. Yeah. So if you see spiders, that could be a sign that you that could be a sign of this guide, as well as there was sunflowers, cats. Cats came through a lot, actually. And the Queen of Wands talks about black cats being the sign of like occult abilities and like intuitive abilities and like witch shit. So if you're into witchcraft, that could be a sign. But yeah, this guide is essentially saying like it's time to change how you see yourself. And it's kind of funny, like, you know, when you drink Polyjuice potion, like you turn into somebody else, but you still have the same soul, right? So I think that this emperor is saying, even though if you don't think that you're confident and that you're a leader, channel the energy of someone that you think does have that and think, how can I embody that energy or embrace that energy? But also I think, you know, this is just your guide's way of saying like it's time to make some changes and embrace. Well, it's not even that you need to make some changes, but more so that you need to embrace the changes that are happening and recognize that like growth is uncomfortable, evolving is uncomfortable, and that's okay. You just have to be patient with yourself and take it day by day and follow what feels right to you. So let's get some final channeled messages from this guide and see what they want to say to you, pile 3. Ooh, okay, so we have find me in your favorite flower. So if it's not magnolias, it could be a different flower or sunflower. I show up as an animal you've been seeing repeatedly. So it could definitely be a spider or a gorilla or a cat. Pay attention to your dreams. We have messages for you. Keep a dream journal. So this guide may try to give you, that makes sense too. So you might ask this guide for guidance and they will give you like philosophical answers or dreams as an answer. And so even then it's like you have to take the lead in your own interpretation. Like this guide is not going to make this easy on you in any way, shape, or form. Not because they don't love you, but because they do love you, because it's for your own benefit, and this is how you grow, and this is how you learn. On the back of, oh my God, this has come out in every single pile so far. You cannot understand our unconditional love for you if your heart is blocked. So what this guide is saying is, you cannot accuse me of doing anything wrong. You cannot accuse me of not loving you or anything like that if you don't understand unconditional love, because that's how a true guide operates. But also I think this guide is saying like you're not going to be able to trust me until you understand that unconditionally loving energy that your guides have for you. Well, it's like clearing your heart chakra will allow you to feel that love, and when you feel that love, if you haven't, you'll be able to recognize why they do what they do. It's because they love you so much and it's their job, and they want nothing more for you to be wildly successful and to live your dreams and be the leader that you're born to be. So pile 3, I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that this reading resonated and that it helped. Thank you so much to everybody that watches my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, so big thank you for that. If you enjoyed this video, I'd love it if you left a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and if you resonated with the reading, definitely comment down below. Let me know how. But yeah, if you want to support me in any other ways, you can check out my merch or my social media. But I think that's all I have to say. So I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose the Labradorite Rose, this is going to be your reading. And this is the spirit guide that is coming through for you. So to start, we have the 10 of Cups. We have the 4 of Pentacles, which I'm actually going to put over there. We have 222, I am balanced. And we have 7, I am brilliant. We also have Hydrangea, thankfulness for understanding. I'm sorry, I know this is probably kind of annoying, but I didn't think beforehand how I wanted these to look, and that's better. Okay, now I can like breathe. Okay. We also have Cheetah, get clear on your intentions, stay focused, and move quickly to achieve your goal. We have Break the Chain, Ancestral Patterns, Healing, Rewriting the Future. We have Faith, Trust your faith in this situation. And finally, we have You Are the Universe. Okay, I'm gonna put this here and yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that because otherwise the lack of balance is gonna drive me crazy. Okay. So, pile 4. This guide is one of 2 things. No matter what, this guide is protective over you. But for some, I'm getting that this could be an ancestor of yours, but I almost want to say a family member. Like, they could be a family member that passed on. It could be recently or in the past. However, if it is a passed on loved one, I think it's somebody like it would be somebody in your immediate family. Like, and I would be willing to bet parent with You Are the Universe here, because I would see how like a spirit guide that was also your parent at one point sees you as the whole universe. But there's truth in that statement, but I'll get there. So for those of you that don't resonate with that, then this guide is actually a gatekeeper guide. And what was interesting is I got that download before I even like did this reading. Like before I shuffled for it, I heard like 4 of Pentacles means gatekeeper. And so if you don't know what a gatekeeper guide is, it's essentially a guide that like gatekeeps energies essentially and other spirits and things of that nature. And so this gatekeeper guide is essentially here to make sure that you get what's in the loving and highest good for you. And if it's a parent, then in the same way, they're just really protective and attached to your energy, and they just want to make sure that you have the best life possible, that you have the happiest life possible. This is definitely a guide that will be with you from birth to death. Well, you'll see them after as well, but like, you know what I mean. This guide is attached to you. They are very protective over you. Like if you can see that here, I almost see this center pentacle like being you, and that's this guide. Like they are going to protect you. They are not going, and I would say if it's a family member, sometimes they may not like to share you. So if you're like maybe not having very much, like if you don't have much alone time, or you don't take time to clear your mind, if this is a family member and you're like doing too much of something that you know they wouldn't have approved of, or like they would have like given you shit for, there might be like technology things that happen, like lights going out or like things randomly turning on. So this guide may come through using signs like 222, 7, hydrangea. But this guide is definitely like, it's kind of interesting giving this message collectively, because this guide, there's intense energy for those of you where this guide is an ancestor, because obviously there's a lot of love attached there, a lot of intense feelings. But for the gatekeeper guide, it's a lot more removed. And so the energies are so distinct. And so what's interesting is when it comes to your gatekeeper guide, they're kind of saying, like, you don't really need to know much about me. All you need to know is that I protect you, and that, like, I love you, and that, like, I'm doing my job, but you're probably not going to see much of me. Like, my job is kind of more so removed from you. But truthfully, I don't have a ton of experience with gatekeeper guides. So if any of my information, like, or like what you understand about them, like, feel free to like add what you know in the comments, because I'm not getting a whole lot from them. But when it comes to it being your family member, I think that because this is a general reading, like, you know who this family member is, you know their energy, like, you know if they're around, you know what their signs are, and hopefully they're showing up in this reading. I would say a big one is probably butterflies or peacock feathers, but that certainly doesn't have to be those. I think 222 is a huge sign that you're in alignment or that you're doing things correctly. But I think what this guide, no matter what kind of guide it is, wants you to know is that, like, you are so special. Like, you are the image of God. Like, you are the image of man's creation. And all we want more than anything is for you to thrive. And so with this break the chain, ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future, this is a particularly heavy message that I feel called to give, but it is very specific, so you will know if it is meant for you or not. But if you had a loved one that passed away from an overdose, or just some type of issue with addiction, I think healing addictive tendencies may be something that, like, you're working on, or is like a goal that you have for breaking ancestral patterns. Like, I think an ancestral pattern that has been carried down in generations is addict tendencies, which I think, like, I don't think that's necessarily just like I think that's a genetic thing or something like that. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of trauma that, like, ancestral trauma that, like, you are doing the very brave thing of healing and breaking and rewriting. And I think that if your guide is a family member, they just want to say how proud of you they are, and how much they love you, and how much they miss you, and how much they wish that they could be with you still, and that they wish this never happened. And, like, I'm sure this is an emotional experience for those who have this. Like, obviously, like, I'm crying, so I can imagine that the feelings around this are very heavy and very difficult. But one thing that they want you to know is they're not going to leave you. Like, when it's your time, like, they will be one of the first people to come see you and say hi, and they love you so much. And, like, whenever you feel them or wish that they were around, like, they're right there with you. Don't you worry. They're so proud of you, and they absolutely adore you. Oh, the process of being a medium. I love it. But for those of you who this is a gatekeeper guide, they are definitely saying, like, you won't see much of me, but know that I'm in the background protecting you, and that I am always figuring out what is in alignment with your highest good. I'm always acting in that way, and I want you to have faith in me. I feel like for those of you where this is not a family member and it is a gatekeeper guide, this is a guide where you might be like, yeah, maybe this is my guide, I don't know. And it's really interesting to just feel the energetic difference between the gatekeeper guide and then also, like, the family guides, because they're so different. So if it's a gatekeeper guide, I would definitely say that you might be like, I literally have no clue if this is my guide or not. And, like, your guide would be like, yep, that's kind of the point. Like, I'm in the background, like, oh my gosh. So I used to work retail, and I worked both on the floor and in the stock room, and I just heard my guides say, like, this is like a stockroom guide. Like, you don't see them out on the floor working, but they're doing important shit in the back. Like, They're getting you organized. They're getting stuff done that you don't necessarily see, but they wanted you to know that they're there, and that you know, maybe if you're saying prayers, like expressing gratitude for this person, for this guide, but with people, because the family member energy is coming back in again. So for some of you, this wasn't a family member. This was definitely a friend that felt like family, of somebody. I mean, whoever it was, they were very, very special to you. So for some of you, it could also be a passed on, like, partner, things of that nature. It did feel more familial than anything. But I feel like no matter what, this person's, this soul's, like, relation to you, like, very strong. And I think that you're just being encouraged to keep going and to keep moving forward and know how special and loved you are. But I think one thing that this guide wants you to know is that you may have mixed feelings about what happened with them, and what happened in the situation. And one thing that I'm hearing with this, you know, thankfulness for understanding, before we can forgive one another, we have to understand one another. I think that this spirit is also coming through to say, especially if it is a family member, you know, you have me and my struggles in you too. And so understand, like, put yourself in my shoes, which I'm sure you probably have. I'm sure you do understand. And maybe that's a point that you've come to really recently, where maybe you felt anger at this person or something like that, or just anger at the situation, anger at life. And you might be getting to a point where you're ready to just accept the situation and release the heavy feelings you have around it. Obviously, grief is a process that, like, is almost kind of never ending, and it's very... Grief is what we need in order to release things and accept them. So trust that grief is a natural part of the process, but know that, like, even though this person may not be here physically, they are very much still here spiritually. Like, they are still around. They're not going anywhere. They're like, are you kidding me? I'm holding on to you, like, with an iron grip, like, firmly grasp it, like, you know. Shout out to my SpongeBob people. Okay, so let's get a couple extra messages and see what else this guide wants to say to you, what they want you to know. So we have Ram, a stubborn, aggressive person. So you or this person could be an Aries. We have Bird, perched, waiting for news, package, letter, Carrot, opportunity or windfall, and four-leaf clover, great good fortune. So one thing that I heard is that, like, definitely, even if this is a gatekeeper guide, you have roots with them. Like, a carrot is a root, and I think that you share roots with this guide in some way. And I also think that this guide is, like, especially if they're a family member, or, like, if they're a loved one. I guess I should just say loved one. If they're a loved one, then I definitely think that they're going to bat for you on the other side, like, doing whatever they can to bless you with luck, bless you with opportunities, give you what you want. But I am seeing a specific message here, like, if you're waiting on, like, an acceptance letter or to hear back about a job offer, it does seem like there's a favorable outcome there. So that's awesome. I think one thing that your guide is saying, no matter what, is to trust yourself and keep following what feels right to you. But one thing that I'm seeing here with this Ram is that if this guide is a loved one, feel free to set boundaries with them if their presence at times is a little bit overbearing or too much. Like, if you're trying to keep your head clear and focus on something, and their energy is creating more feelings of distress than it is comfort, then you can say, like, hey, I know you're here, I love you so much, but, like, I just need a little bit of space. But the Ram could just be a sign of who this person was. Like, maybe they were an Aries or stubborn and aggressive, or maybe that's just you, and maybe your gatekeeper guide is calling you out on things that you need to change to get clear on your intentions, stay focused, and move quickly. I think that your guides are saying, like, you know, if there's any habits that you haven't wanted to let go of, now may be the time to, because we're trying to make sure you get everything that you want out of life, true emotional fulfillment. So we also have your shadow is showing and detox. So yeah, we're getting more energy about doing shadow work and detoxing. So for those of you that are working on, you know, battling addictions or things like that, I definitely think doing shadow work could maybe help you uncover the triggers or the wounds that you may be covering up with addictive tendencies, and maybe addressing them at the source could make detoxing a bit easier and a bit more of a healing process for you. But I definitely think that shadow work is needed here. And I think that this guide, especially if they are a loved one, is asking you, isn't asking you, is reminding you that the shadow work that you do now and the work that you do on yourself now is not only setting you up for success, but it's setting your future generations up for success as well. Like, breaking patterns and cycles, like, while it's really difficult, it doesn't just benefit you, it benefits your entire lineage and everyone moving forward. So know that, like, your work is not just for you, it is for others too, and that it has a greater benefit than you may realize. So now that we're getting channel messages, we have, when you see through the eyes of love, life doesn't feel as heavy. And so whenever you're unsure about a situation or something like that, I feel like you should ask yourself, what would love do? And do whatever that thing is. We also have Millpool coming out. So I think if there's anything that you have been working on, I think one thing that I'm hearing is don't rush through it, take your time. But another thing that I'm hearing is, if there's any, like, friends in your life that haven't really been pulling their weight, or you feel like aren't really like, you know, making much of an effort in your life, I think this guide may be asking you to be aware of that. Because even if this is a gatekeeper guide, like, you still have free will. And so this guide definitely, I think, wants to make you aware of somebody in your life who maybe they don't even have bad intentions, but maybe their habits enable habits within you that are just not for your highest good and for your benefit. And this guide is here to help you manifest this 10 of Cups, like this true emotional fulfillment. And so they want you to be aware of who maybe isn't aligned with your highest good. We also have sacral chakra. So this is a sign that you may want to look into healing your sacral chakra, or anything of that nature, like doing things creatively. I would just do research in your sacral chakra and see, like, first of all, see if your sacral chakra is balanced, overactive, or underactive. Because I think one thing that some people don't realize is that chakras can, while they can be blocked or underactive, they can also be overactive, and that's also not good. So whether it's over or underactive, I would definitely look into that, or just work on balancing it in general. And then on the back of the deck, we have trust your gut. You are so loved. What's in between? This too will pass, with the heart. So yeah, your guides are just reiterating how loved you are and that this time period will pass. But yeah, definitely trust your gut. Trust what you feel about things, because it really won't, your gut will not lead you astray. Neither will these guides, because they love you very, very much. And you can ask them whatever you want for their thoughts or what they think about things. So pile 4, I'm going to leave this reading here. Sorry that got emotional for a second. It's not because I have, like, a personal experience or anything. It's literally just the process of being an empath and channeling this energy. It's kind of why I haven't done a reading about channeling your loved ones, because I would probably just be sobbing the whole time. But I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. Thank you guys so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. Those links will be down below. But just by interacting and engaging with this video, liking, commenting, subscribing, whatever, you want, that helps me as well. But I think that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for being here and letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 5. If you guys chose the flower agate sun, this is going to be your reading. So let's see who from your spiritual team is coming through for you. So to start, we have the Four of Wands. We have the Fool. Oops, Spirit's already telling me move it. We have the Lovers. I will expand on these in a second. I'm just going to lay out all the cards first. You guys got a lot of extra cards, so I'm going to have to figure out this layout as I go. We also have the Page of Wands and the Sun. I just heard I'm proud of you, Sun. We also have 88, I am wealthy, and 77, I am brave. We also have Hyacinth, playfulness. Play is the royal road to childhood, happiness, and adult brilliance. We have Goose. Take time to rest and recuperate rather than continuing your striving. One thing that I'm thinking of right now, the Wild Unknown Tarot, the Lovers is represented by 2 geese. Let's see, we also have Get Grounded. Empaths, highly sensitives, connect with nature. I guess I'm gonna put that up there. We also have Soul Mating. And finally, rest and relaxation is essential. So I'm gonna put this over here. So there are a couple of different interpretations that I have for this pile. So bear with me as I go through them all. I'm gonna start with the most practical and end with the most wee-woo-y. So the very first interpretation that I have for this is this could definitely be somebody that you view as a soulmate. I would say that if this is the case, so the first one that I'm getting is that this is a passed on soulmate. So I would say somebody that you likely were married to, or somebody that you were in a serious committed relationship with that you could have seen yourself getting married to, that passed on. And I would say that's because the reason that they are a part of your spiritual team is because they are a soulmate. They have a very special connection to you, and just because their time on earth may be done doesn't mean they're not done guiding you. Especially if you have a child with this person, it's almost kind of like they're dedicated to making sure that you and this child, a son, it could be a son, but I don't know. I don't have much to tell me. Anyway, there's a lot of Leo energy here. There's Gemini energy, a lot of fire energy in general. Aries with the Fool. So that could be one explanation of who this guide is. Another explanation that I have is for some of you, and you may not know if this is you yet, but this may be what you need to confirm this. For some of you, this guide is either the higher self of your twin flame, or your twin flame is not incarnated right now. The vibe that I'm getting, though, is that it could very well be, I feel more like it's your twin flame that is not incarnated right now. Because I think that it's like this life journey for you is not, their energy was best used guiding you rather than being incarnated with you. And then I think, is that all of them, Spirit? It could be the higher self. This person could be incarnated, it could be the higher self, but I think if that's the case, you probably haven't met this person yet. You probably haven't met this person yet, or you're not communicating with them currently. But the last and actually most potent interpretation I have, which is the most wee-woo-y, but also the one that I feel the heaviest and strongest, is that isn't one guide that is showing up. It's actually two guides. And this is almost kind of confirmed to me again with these two figures. And I can't remember, there's an angel in the Lovers, but I can't remember which archangel it is. So I would Google which archangel this is, because no matter what type of connection this is and what happened, or what the deal is, there is an archangel watching over this connection. I think that's Archangel Michael, but I could be wrong. I know Archangel Gabriel is in Temperance, or is he in, I don't know. I'm just gonna zip my lip because I don't know. You'll have to look that up, but I don't want to give you the wrong info. But my last interpretation, that is the most wee-woo-y, is that you have two guides showing up, and these two guides are twin flames in spiritual union. And so what that means for you, if that's the case, that means that you're a second generation twin. You may know who your twin is, or you may not. And like I said, that will resonate. You will know if that is there to resonate if that is meant to resonate with you. But the reason why they would be your guides is because you and your twin are an extension of them, because they have learned all their lessons. They have done everything that they have needed to do. And a lot of this information I've actually channeled before. So I'm just providing it now in the reading, but they essentially explained to me that second generation twins have it a bit easier than first gen twins, and second gen twins, I think, are the very first twins that have like twin flames in spiritual union, and like true full spiritual union as guides, because first gen twins are the first generation of like souls that are getting to this point. And essentially the way that like you're an extension of them. It's not like they're kind of like your parents, but not really. But they're here to guide you on your twin flame journey. That is their purpose here, and that is what they are here to do. So if you don't resonate with that, or any of the other suggestions or any of the other interpretations I've had, then this is definitely not your pile. But from what I can see here, these guides are here to help you not only on your life journey, but on your twin flame journey. I asked because I got the Four of Wands originally, which is like the quintessential twin flame card. And, you know, there's the 1111 there. And so I asked for clarification of the figures in here, and I got the Fool and the Lovers. So that's why for some, I feel like this could be a twin, your twin that's not incarnated. Like I think one of you is down here, you know, having an earthly journey, and the other is, you know, helping guide you, and also making sure that nobody that's not good enough for you, like they're also, if you have a twin guiding you, like they are gonna protect you more than anything, and like they're gonna make sure like they're not gonna let anything bad come your way. Like they're gonna be like, it's almost gonna feel like a piece of you is guiding yourself, but it doesn't feel like you, because like there's so much love attached to it, and you're probably gonna be like, well, I don't talk to myself that way, so where is this coming from? But essentially, these guides are here to help you on your life journey, and with your twin flame journey, or with your soulmate journey, whatever this is. And one thing that I am seeing here is that they, their job here is literally to take you from this little page of wands, like this little candle, into ideally two twin flames in union. But what they have stressed to me, like these types of guides have stressed to me though, is that like your life journey is a whole free will thing, and on top of that, like union isn't physical union. Well, it can be. I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna zip my lip. They're telling me I'm getting too in my head about how I should explain it, so I just shouldn't. So essentially they're here to guide you on your twin flame journey. So you either have an archangel guiding you over your twin journey in general. So for some of you, it's an archangel watching over both you and your incarnated twin. For some of you, it is a loved one that has passed on, but you guys are like, you know, major soulmates, major, like, one of you is still here, one of you is not, and so that one is guiding you until it is your time to join them. It could be the higher self or the non-incarnated version of your twin, or if you're a second gen twin, because this is the card that came out first. So this is the interpretation that I'm getting the strongest. So for a lot of you, if you're on, like, I guess you'll have to find out for yourself you'll have to discern for yourself, like, what your situation is. But if you have two guides that are twin flames in spiritual union as your guides, you are likely an extension of them, an extension of all they've experienced and all of their lessons. And so they are here to kind of literally guide you through the whole process because they're done. Like, they've done it. Now, it's almost like, it's like passing down the baton in a way, like almost like with track and field, except like they're with you running by your side. But one thing that they want to indicate to me is that, like, if it is this scenario, like if you have twin flame guides in eternal spiritual union, what they want you to know is that, like, they're not going to show up until you're on your journey or getting close to it. And if you don't believe in that sort of concept or that sort of thing, you probably will never be able to know that they're there. So you might want to kind of do your own research and, like, kind of meditate on answers. I want to, like, talk about this, but, like, in a more, I want to do some type of video about this, but, like, the topic itself is just so, there's such heavy feelings around it for some people, and I just, you know, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but yeah, I wish I could give you guys deeper answers, but this is a short video, so I'm gonna stay on the straight and narrow, or as straight and narrow as I can be. Y'all know I'm all over the place, but no matter the case, no matter their job here, like, the fact is these two cards represent what they are here to help you with. So for some of you, it could either be just the Page of Wands or just the Sun, because for some of you, I got the idea, like, if this is a passed on loved one, it definitely makes sense that, like, they are not only guiding you, but they are help guiding your children, child, something like that. But for others, you may be meant to have a child with your twin, if that's a possible. I mean, maybe it's not a genetic one. You could always adopt one. Maybe it is a plant child, an animal child. But I also think that this is a sign, though, that with the Page of Wands as well, that, like, these guides, they're here to guide you on this journey. Like, you know, the Page of Wands is like a little adventurer, like, you know, and starting out super naive. I think the Page of Wands is kind of similar to the Fool. The Fool is obviously more major, but the Page of Wands is like a mini Fool, I would say, in a lot of ways. And so it's kind of like they're here to guide you. Oh my gosh, I just heard started from the bottom, now we're here. And I almost see that this line, like, kind of looks like a finish line. And with the Sun here, I mean, I think it's, first of all, I can't believe the synchronicity between, like, these two holding their hands up and this one. So I feel like their job here is to guide you and your twin to union, to get to this point, or just to come to union with yourself, to find your happiness. I think what they're kind of saying is that, like, if you pick this pile and you resonate with it in some way, you have a twin. And whether they're on this earth with you or not, this journey is not easy, and it takes special guidance sometimes, and that's what they're here for. And one thing that they're saying is that every journey is different, but ultimately all they want is for you to reach your bliss, for you to reach your happiness. One thing that they want you to know especially is that this journey is not for the faint of heart, that they want to acknowledge like how brave you are and like, you know, how special you are. One thing that I'm seeing is that you may be overwhelmed a lot, so, and you could be an empath. Typically people that are twins usually have like natural psychic abilities and things like that. So you definitely need to start looking into that and researching that more if you're not, but you definitely need to be getting grounded. I would check out my messages from the heavens video. There might be some useful information for you there. But we have so much sun imagery, like, and these are joyful, joyful, joyful cards, and very loving, happy cards. And one message that I'm channeling specifically, and I guess this is to the collective, this doesn't necessarily just have to be you, but like the point of the twin flame journey is not to suffer, is not to like hate life, is not to like ruin your life, but it's instead meant to help you find your bliss and figure out what your bliss even is. And it forces you to like literally learn how to unconditionally love yourself, and like it forces you to make the decisions that are best for yourself, and it will teach you more than anything else. You will grow. I mean, like, it's literally like the way that they explain it to me is like it's two people doing the work of one, if those two twins are incarnated and doing the work. But essentially, like, they're here to help bring you joy. They're here to help bring light, bring clarity. I mean, this is such a bright, light, happy pile. And I'm really happy that this came through, because like there's a lot of like negative connotations and romantic distortions around these soul connections. And I think what we need to remember is that like there's a lot of expectations around human romantic relationships, and what your guides want you to understand about this connection is whether this person is with you in the physical, whether they're not. These types of connections, like, they kind of defy logic, and they are more so about you're able to feel the true power of the universe like through these. And so I guess these guides are telling you, you know, not only is this journey leading you to abundance, but it's also leading you to your true joy, to your bliss, to your happiness. And they don't want you to view this as like a harrowing journey. They want you to have fun. They want you to explore your inner child. Like the Page of Wands as well, like they can also help you heal and nurture your inner child. I definitely think that they're very major guides for you just in general. Like, because once they come in, they're not going to leave. But they don't, the way that they're explaining it to me is that if you haven't met your twin yet, or you don't think you're on like that journey, then you definitely don't have the twin guides, and it's one of the others. But no matter what, this guide is here to help you find your happiness. They're very close to you no matter what. They're very major. I mean, we have two major arcanas here, so I definitely think that this guide is these guides are literally here just to help you get the bag, help you succeed, help you see the light, have fun, have joy, and find harmony, find balance, find union on the 5D and in the 3D with you and your twin or your soulmate, or if they are not incarnated, if your twin or your soulmate is not incarnated and not physically here with you, then they are the one guiding you up in the astral, or they're the one guiding you on your spiritual team, and they're the one that is helping you find your happiness. So they're very involved in your life, and like they are a soulmate of some kind. So they're always going to be attached to your soul, and they're always going to do whatever they can to help guide you, to help bring you what you need. I would definitely say with rest and relaxation is essential, and take time to rest. That came through twice, so I definitely think that you do need to rest a little bit more. You probably are too hard on yourself, and maybe work yourself a little bit too hard. And I think one thing as well is that you may have been struggling with like your mind racing a lot and stuff recently. So One thing, like these guides may have trouble coming through right now because you're not grounded. For some of you, I feel like, actually I don't even want to say for some of you, for a lot of you, I feel like this is just confirmation of what you already know. But this is essentially like, yeah, if you chose this pile, the member of your spiritual team coming through is either 2 members, and they are essentially like your, if you're a 2nd gen twin, they are the twins that you and your twin come from. And then anything else, it is just one guide, or maybe one guide plus an archangel who is helping you as well. But yeah, they're literally just coming through to remind you of what you already know. So let's go ahead and go deeper into what they have to say. We have Seahorse, Family Matters. Yeah, like this is definitely soul family, like your soul family for sure. And yeah, yeah. Carriage, oh, no. Yeah, a journey, either physical or mental. This makes me think of the Chariot as well. And it makes me think of a Merkaba. I feel like I have one over here. I have to dig through it. But look up Merkaba, M-E-R-K-A-B-A, because I think that's about like balancing your feminine and masculine energy. And I have a video about how to balance your feminine and masculine energy. So if you haven't seen that, you should check it out because it would be really helpful for you. But we also have Hammock. Taking a vacation physically or mentally. Yeah, there's a lot about rest here. I feel like you have been working really hard. And with all this sun energy, this is like masculine, like yang energy. So I feel like your guides are urging you to kind of find your yin energy and go into that period of rest and reception and like give yourself time to nurture yourself and to sleep. And one thing that I'm seeing as well, I think the seahorse as well is another animal that like mates for life. Same with geese. We also have the skull, hidden secrets that can harm you, and the bridge, successfully overcoming a problem. Spirit, what's the skull about? Okay. I gotta grab a deck. I don't know what that's about, but I need to know. I know that I need to know. So, excuse me for a second. I'll just grab a deck really quickly. All right. Spirit, what's this skull card about? What is this? Okay. Ah, more Leo energy. So we have the number 8, so we have the Strength card. Let me get one more. Okay, we have the 5 of Pentacles and Justice in reverse. Okay, so one thing that I'm hearing here is that you don't have all the facts yet. And I don't even know if it's related to this situation. Because with Justice in reverse, the 5 of Pentacles and Strength, I think your guides are asking you to wait until you have all the facts. Like, because justice needs time to come upright is the vibe that I'm getting. And I think there's assurance that, oh yeah, with the bridge here, successfully overcoming a problem. Spirit is saying stay strong. Especially if, okay, so if you're in separation with your twin right now and you're really, really missing them, or you're feeling angry at your guides or feeling angry at the world or feeling like this whole situation is really fucked up or things of that nature, what your guides want you to know is that like if this person is truly your twin, like you are irreplaceable, and what they want you to know is that like you're always connected to them, and that physical separation can seem like very horrible and daunting and overwhelming. But I think what your guides want you to understand is that you have access to your twin's energy whenever you want it. Like you can call it forward. You can call in your twin's higher self. Like when you have dreams about them or you get messages from them or things of that nature, you're not getting them from their 3D self, unless they're like physically texting you, you're getting that from their higher self. And so one important thing that your guides want you to know is that you have to separate the higher self from the 3D self, because if you think about it, you're not always connected to your higher self, because you probably would feel a lot more aligned if you were. And it's the same thing with your twin. They also get out of touch with their higher self. They're not always aligned, and it depends on where you are in your journey, how evolved you are. It all depends on a lot. But based on what it is, your guides are just saying to, if you feel your twin's energy around you and it makes you really angry, or like you don't understand why when they're not communicating with you or things like that, what your guides want you to understand is that like their 3D energy and their 5D energy are different. Their 5D energy is what's coming through, and you can explore that safely because it's an extension of yourself. But what they do want you to know is that like you don't have all the facts yet. You need to give the universe time and space to balance things out and to stay strong and treat the situation with compassion. Be compassionate to yourself. Be compassionate towards your person if you've gotten to that place. But another message that I got for those of you who lost a loved one, and this was a love, there may have been something with this person's will where you feel like maybe you didn't get like maybe some family like blindsided you. Like I almost feel like there's some blindsiding energy around money. And I think one thing that Spirit is saying is not to make any sudden moves, and trust that like this will balance out, on its own. But if you need to take action, I think you'll know what to do. Because more than anything, these guides are here to bring you illumination, to guide you on your journey, to show you, oh yeah, it's time to move on from the old patterns, habits, and fears. Now is the time to walk in the direction of your biggest desires and ambitions. Now is the time to be bold and brave. I am brave. And you are on the cusp of a prosperous and abundant spiritual life. You will find numerous opportunities for success and achievement, all of which bring financial and material abundance into your life. So Spirit is saying, like, for example, if you've a complicated relationship around the idea of twins and this whole thing, like, they want you to know, like, if that's something that you want, if union is something you desire, if being with them in the physical or pursuing that in the physical is something you desire, that like you can tell them that, like, you might be so afraid of admitting that you even want that because you're afraid of what might happen if it doesn't happen. But I think what you need to understand is by going through this whole journey, by the time you get to that point where union can or will happen, you'll be at peace with life anyway. Like you'll be fine. I think that's what you need to understand, is that you'll be fine. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper now. Yeah, heal before burning. You win. And being different isn't a bad thing. Oh my God. Okay, first of all, I love Luna Lovegood because I'm also an INFP Ravenclaw. And like I did this like personality test thing, and it does, I can't remember what it's called. So if somebody knows what it's called, you should comment it. But it's like this personality test where they have this giant database of like all these characters, and it matches you to like characters that you're most similar to. And one of mine was Luna Lovegood, and that just like made me happy. And I think that we have to start with this message first, because I love the juxtaposition like here with the red and the blue, but I think what your guides are trying to tell you is that if you are a twin, you know, you're gonna be viewed as weird, you're gonna be viewed as different, like, but you have to remember that the people that judge you can't see what you see. And one thing that you have to understand is that people that have not experienced these connections for themselves cannot empathize or understand in any way what you're going through or dealing with. So I would definitely be careful about who you talk to about this. I would definitely look for support from people that also understand this, because I definitely think there is a massive lack of empathy on the end of people who don't understand these types of connections. And to that, I guess I just say, like, It's a blessing and a curse for them as well, because while they may not deal with those struggles, they may not understand some of the very deep, impactful things that does happen for people that are going on this journey. But if they don't have one now, they will have one at some point. I guess that's a little bit of tea, because I was asking my guides once, which this is just information I channeled, so take it as it resonates if you want it or if you don't, but you guys might find it interesting. I kind of asked my guides, like, why, like, I was like, so why is this whole thing, like, twins are really rare, and like what is all of this? And so they kind of explained to me that because I talked about 1st gen and 2nd gen, and you'll know your 2nd gen because you'll have twin flame guides. At least I think that's kind of how they've explained it to me. But essentially what they said was that your soul has to learn how to unconditionally love itself before it can become a twin. So if you are a twin, you have to know that your soul has already learned how to unconditionally love itself, and it can do it again. But the way that my guides explained to me how twins work is like, if you imagine a cell dividing, think of that as like a soul, but until the soul reaches like fully unconditionally loving itself, then it's like, okay, now you know how to do that. Time to split and do the whole thing again. And it's like, what? And so after you do that, then you go through the process of truly experiencing separation from yourself, and then you go on that long perilous journey of like true spiritual union, which happens over many different lifetimes and different places and all of this stuff. It's very long and complex, but the interesting idea for 2nd gen twins is the reason why, like, so 1st gen twins are like, they've been doing the heavy lifting and a lot of work for a long time. Like 2nd gen twins, I feel like the way they've explained it to me, are newer, and it's only because these 1st gen twins, like, that are true pioneers and have to go through the most struggles, are getting to their point of reaching spiritual union. And so now when twin souls reach spiritual union, that is when their souls with one another are nothing but the same frequency of unconditionally loving energy, and it creates a 3rd energy that allows us. So this was interesting. So that 3rd energy, right? They're creating that 3rd bubble of unconditionally loving energy, and it's made up of all of their experiences and everything they've learned and everything they've gone through. Well, souls that are reaching that point of unconditional love can now merge with these what's the word? They can merge with the that's a that looked dirty. They can essentially merge with the 3rd energy that 2 twins in spiritual union are creating with that soul that's reaching unconditional love. And so then it merges with that energy as it splits into twins. So then because of that, because it like merged in that way, that soul that was being split into twins now has access to all the information, all of the lessons that the 2 twins that made that separate energy for that soul to merge with in the first place, they have access to all of that. And it essentially allows the soul to be an extension of the twins that came before it. And so it's essentially going to get easier and easier and easier. Like the 1st gen twins are pioneers and badasses, and like twins are going to become more and more common as I'm just going to say be prepared. Like, it's going to become more and more common. It's going to be a thing. I know I sound absolutely bonkers talking about what I'm talking about. So if you were listening to this and you were like, what the actual fuck are you talking about? I understand. But that's like how they showed it to me, is essentially the whole point of it, the whole process of it is to elevate the universe, to add more love, to cleanse and purge trauma, difficult cycles, to help elevate. And one big thing as well is, kind of combining I think one thing just the collective in general is working on is like instead of viewing the earth as separate from the cosmos, recognizing that earth is a part of the cosmos, and that earth is just one frequency, one experience of the cosmos, and that it's not removed from the cosmos, but instead it is a part of the cosmos as we are, and all of that jazz. And I think, you know, twins are all about the like a soul splitting into two is not fun, apparently, is what I was told. And it's a harrowing experience, and that process of coming together, like, you know, the painful parts of this experience are part of the reason that, like, are part of the indication to show you that it's real, because like the level of grief that you may experience, or just the level of emotions or synchronicities or things, are just insane. Oh my god, and there's 3 candles here. So yeah, this is almost like literally saying, like, yeah, like if you are second gen, you will have, the good news for you is that if you are second gen, then you have 2 twins who've already done it, that you are like a part of them, you have their guidance and their support. But if not, well, even if you don't, and even if it's just like your twin's higher self or something like that, you have like archangel energy, you have a lot of spiritual energy. And I think what your guides want you to understand is that, like, you know, being different isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it can be isolating, and not everybody's going to understand you. And so, you know, me, I feel like I'm talking about nargles right now, and like everybody's probably like, what the fuck are you talking about, ASO? And I'm like, nargles, like, you know about nargles. So yeah, that was my nargle spiel, but it wasn't actually nargles, it was channeling theories. I guess this will be a surprise for anybody who comes to this pile. But yeah, essentially spirit is saying, like, you can have the happy outcome that you want, but don't make like any, depending on where you're at in your journey, you may be very angry, you may be very upset with the universe, you may be just very resentful of all of this. And I think that your guides are asking you to recognize that there are many parts of this journey that you haven't seen yet. There are many experiences that you haven't had yet, and they want you to reach a point of like being in this full energy, like heal the wounds that you have related to this before you decide if it's something that you want or not, is the vibe that I'm getting. Like, okay, yeah, I just opened this, I just cut the deck, and it says everything will make sense in time, follow your truth and trust your inner guidance. So everybody's like in different places at different times, but yeah, let's get some channeled messages from your guides now, since I just hijacked the reading with shit that I've channeled. But I mean, ideally we're all twins here, so I hope that information is beneficial to you and actually helps you, or explains something to you. Because I was like, what is the point of all this shit? Like, why? Like, why does it need to exist? Like, what's the purpose of this shit? Because I know for me, I didn't believe in them for a very, very, very long time. And it was only when I was reading collectively and I was like, something's up. Like, there's an energetic pattern here that just doesn't make sense. And then when I realized what it makes sense. But we once again have a message about grounding, time to ground. Mother Earth misses your presence. And also, I've been appearing as a bird. So if there is any birds that have been coming through, this could be representative of your twin or your twin's higher self. I just heard phoenix. So a phoenix could be significant. We also have, you are in alignment when you speak your authentic truth. So I think I think all your guides are really asking you to do is, like, it doesn't matter how you feel about this journey or what you want out of it. Just be honest about what you want and what you don't want, because when you're in alignment with what you feel is true to you, then you're aligned. Like, it's that simple. And on the back of the deck, it says, it's okay to miss the physical presence of your loved ones, whether they're across the world or have crossed into our world. They are still with you in spirit. Pay attention to signs. And this is actually like kind of exactly what I was saying about, like, you can miss your twin's physical presence, but recognize that, like, you can always access their spiritual presence in the 5D, or you can always feel their spiritual presence with you. You can always invite them to be with you, ask them to leave. But if you feel their energy around you, that's likely their higher self. And I would say if you're in physical separation with them, that might be something very difficult for you, because you may just kind of feel like, it's like the universe taunting you, but it's like the universe is saying, like, we don't have any control over that. If it's if both of you are incarnated, like, it's literally just your higher selves, like, you know, yearning for each other. Because if you think about it, it's literally like you're the same soul, like, split up. It's like, it's you, it's your homie, it's your dog, your guy, like, it's your bestie, like. And you may not feel that way about their about their physical self, but their 5D self, their higher self, is their truest self, the same way your higher self is your truest self. So it's all about, if you want to understand more about this other person, you have to explore yourself, because they are you and you are them. And the more you explore yourself, the more you explore what your soul needs, the more you rest, because that's one thing that you need, the more aligned you will be, and the more, like, you'll discover about yourself. And I think the Spirit is saying it's not about a journey. It's not, oh, I guess I just fucked up. It's not about a destination. It's about the process. It's about the growth, and it's about the person you're becoming, and finding your happiness, learning what your authentic truth is, and finding that. And it's not necessarily about, I guess, what they want me to say, and I might get flamed for this, twin flamed. I might get yelled at for this, but every twin souls journey is different. You know, physical union in the 3D is not necessarily the goal, because the true goal is, like, what your spirit guides have achieved, this 5D spiritual union, which they've explained to me, like, they don't ever have to incarnate in a body anymore that's not in the same body. Like, if they incarnate, they usually do it together, and they go to places that are not very great and do, like, important work. And so when they're not doing that, they're guiding, and those are usually the lifetimes when you and your twin are incarnated at the same time, and lifetimes where you just have a soulmate or some shit, and, like, you don't meet your twin, or, like, one of you is not incarnated, then your twin guides are usually incarnated somewhere. It all balances out. I don't know. I just think it's really interesting. And, like, I don't know. I probably gave you guys, that was probably information overload and probably a little insane. And maybe some of those messages found you a little too early. But I guess what your guides want you to understand is that, like, if someone is, like, truly your twin, like, if you don't know now, you will know over time. The energies will evolve, and you'll know in your soul whether it's right or not. And it's okay to feel crazy, it's okay to feel different, but just know that you're not alone, know that you're being supported, and that it's not easy to just experience this and to go through it. So know that, like, you're so loved, and that you're being taken care of, and that you're not insane. But what they do want you to do is just focus on resting, on trusting the universe, and trusting that they have your back, and that everything is working out in your highest good, and be in alignment with what you want. Because I think, or speak up about what you want, because Spirit's really saying, like, I mean, I guess you could equate a twin flame journey with, like, the Tri-Wizard Cup. Like, that shit's fucked up. Like, it's not easy. But you and your twin must have put your name in the Goblet of Fire, and y'all incarnated on Earth. So, well, some of you did, because there were a lot of different interpretations. I'm assuming those people probably clicked out of the reading, but this was the predominant energy I was getting anyway. So, yeah, pile 5. I think I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you guys for watching. Sorry for hijacking the reading with a little bit of info. I felt called to give it, so I'm sorry to those who picked this pile and, like, that information was maybe less relevant to you. But I hope that, like, for the people, like, that were asking those questions, or, like, were curious about those things, like, I hope that answered some of your questions, or at the very least, like, explained some things. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching my ads as well. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe, you can check out my merch, you can follow me on social media, or you can do absolutely nothing. It's up to you. But thank you guys so much for being here. I really hope that you enjoyed this reading, and I really hope that it enlightened you. Well, I don't want to say enlightened. That sounds like douchey of me. I hope that it like filled in some gaps or explained some things to you that you may not have understood. I mean, even just the synchronicities here, like the mirroring and all of that. There's a lot of powerful energies here, and I just mean the amount of yellow. Work on your sacral chakra, work on yourself, everything will work out. So, yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 6. If you guys chose this gold star, this is going to be your reading. So let's meet the guide that wants to come through for you guys. So to start, we have the Chariot. We have the Knight of Cups. We have 888, I am abundant. We have Iris, rainbows, and messages. We have Weasel. We have Dance with Life. We have Color. And we have Listen with Your Heart. You are listening, but you need to hear with a loving heart. Okay, so this is a very clear message to me, and it's actually, so if you feel like you have a really strong feminine guide around you, you are correct about that. You know, I definitely get the vibe that it's feminine because the Chariot represents Cancer energy, and Cancerian energy is like mother energy. Contrapoint energy, mother. Anyway, so I definitely think that this is a very major guide for you, and one that has been with you your whole life. I've kind of been treating the guides that come through with that come through as major arcanas as like big important guides that are here for the majority of your life. And so for you, I definitely think that this is a female guide. I guess that's the best way I could describe her, because her energy is very balanced. She has a balance of feminine and masculine energy, but she does seem to have like a preferred feminine form. But the big message in this pile for pile 6 is okay, so I just saw Edna mode where she's kind of like slapping Helen Parr. I don't know why I'm getting, let me know if you picked the other pile that had Incredibles messages in there, because I don't know why the Incredibles is coming through in a second pile, but Edna mode slapping Helen, saying, "Get yourself together, you are Elastigirl, like you must fight, win." Like she's the best. She kind of has this honestly, this Chariot guide kind of has Edna mode energy, and their purpose in your life is the Knight of Cups. So literally their purpose is to help you follow your bliss, to help you follow what makes you happy and what you love. So maybe recently you've been feeling really down, or you've been feeling really lost, or you're just wondering like, what the heck is going on here? Like why do I feel like this? Or like, why am I here? What is my purpose? Or like, why is nothing making me happy? You could be doing a lot of healing right now and feel like it's not, I may be healing, but I don't like what I'm feeling, is the vibe that I'm getting from this pile. And what's interesting is that I mean, outside of the Rider-Waite, like with the Rider-Waite, the animals pulling the Chariot are like sphinxes with titties, but typically I feel like the Chariot is often portrayed as like horses carrying it. And if you notice that your horses, like, first of all, your horses are running in different directions, and there's no color, and we have color here. So this Chariot card is really telling me that you need to find balance. And if you haven't seen my video on how to balance your feminine and masculine energy, you need to, because it could be very, very helpful for you. Because the Chariot is all about balancing your energy. The Chariot cannot move forward if it is not balanced. And I think that you need, it's almost like you need to experience, you just need to experience. It's almost like you might try to escape from yourself a lot. And like, I almost feel like you run in circles. Like these two cards look so similar. This Dance with Life, do something to change your energy, and this Knight of Cups. And I feel like, oh, I think I know what this is. So you may feel like you're trying, like you are listening to your heart, like you are trying to follow the right thing. And then I think you get confused because you're like, it doesn't lead you where you want to, or it doesn't give you the satisfaction that you thought it would. And it just like kind of leaves you confused, and you're like, wait, what am I doing? So I think what this guide is saying as they come through, because let me just side note, this guide, I mean, is a very like influential part in your life. They have like major mother energy. So I would not be surprised if I don't think that they are like if you have been incarnated with them, I don't think that you have been incarnated with them in this lifetime. You could be, and I could be wrong about that. So if that feels what it is to you, totally take that. That's totally fine. You are the boss here, not me. But I feel like for a good majority of you, this guide is like the one that is like helping you on your life journey, like on your full life journey. I mean, like the Chariot here is all about expansion, forward movement. Side note to anybody who watched 90 Day Fiancé, I remember there was an episode of 90 Day Fiancé where like, this girl went to a tarot reader and she pulled out the Chariot and was like, oh, this isn't good news or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about? I remember I like screamed at the TV. I was like, like this is wrong. And it's hard to be wrong when you're reading tarot. Let me just say that. Like that was if you want to see somebody projecting what they think of someone onto the cards, figure out what episode that is. I just remember the girl that went there, she was like, or lady that went there, she was like blonde and a business owner and totally, I don't know, if you know, you know, we'll just leave it at that. But anyway, I think what's really interesting though is like all of these cards are colorful except this Knight of Cups. And so I think that you truly don't know what it is that will soothe, like feed your soul yet. It's like you're hungry, but nothing will make you feel full. And I think that's because you haven't found that thing yet. And so you might feel like you're stuck and you're not moving forward, and that's because you're not balanced. And also like your horses don't know where to run. Like they're, you know, if they're constantly running towards what your heart is following. Well, let me rephrase that. If they're constantly running after the whims that your heart has, like the little like, oh, I want to do this, or oh, I want to do that, like that's good on a smaller scale. But like if that's all you're doing, you might actually be distracting yourself from the inner work that you need to do in order to hear what your soul wants. Because right now, I think that your heart is following what the ego wants instead of what the soul wants. And I don't mean that as in like you're egotistical, but I mean that like you may just need to do more work with like discerning what is your ego and what is your soul. Because your ego like will want things like followers and money or well, I guess we all deserve and want recognition, so that's not necessarily an ego thing. But you know, our ego wants materialistic, fickle things. Our soul wants passion. Our soul wants true fulfillment. Our soul wants joy. Our soul wants playfulness. And so I think that your heart needs to be more tuned in with your soul rather than your ego. So it's almost kind of like part of your shadow work needs to be like you learning what is your authentic self and what is your ego. Now, let me be clear. Your ego is not something that you should be ashamed of. Our ego exists. Like, you have an ego. To be human is to like have an ego. You can't not be human and not have an ego. I'm gonna pull you some ego cards, by the way, so I gotta figure out where those are. But what your guides want you to know and understand is that, like, you don't need to be ashamed of your ego or feel like it's something that you need to push away or hide from. You need to embrace your ego and understand your ego, because your ego is an operating system. Your ego exists to protect you. And some ego is healthy, you know? Like, it's not good to be completely, if you don't have any ego, then you're not protecting yourself. You know what I mean? But it's about finding that balance between the ego and the soul, and recognizing that your ego isn't your authentic self. Your ego is like a processor. There's the cards. Your ego is like a program on your computer. If your whole being was a computer, the ego is like a program you're running. And when you're aware of your ego and how it operates and what it does in order to protect you, then you can be mindful of it and not allow it to dictate your actions. So you can say, oh, my ego's being triggered right now. I'll be more mindful about X, Y, Z. But we're going to go deeper into that with these ego cards in a second. Because what I think, I'm definitely going to have to make another balancing your energy video, but do like light and shadow aspects or something like that. Because I think that not only do you need to explore what lights you up, you also need to explore the parts of yourself that you've been avoiding. And so I think that you've been running after things that you think will make you happy because you don't know what will make you happy. And so you feel like you're running in circles because you literally are. It's just like, you're like the dog from Up. Like, every time he sees a squirrel, like, he like has to stop what he's doing and be like, squirrel, you know? And that's kind of like what you're kind of doing, I feel like. But it's like a fickle thing, you know what I mean? It's not satisfying. And so your guide is here to help get you on track and get you where you need to go. And so I think what your guide is trying to get you to understand is, if you're frustrated that you're not moving forward, it's because your horses are running two different ways, buddy. Like, you got to get your horses under control. And so to get your horses under control, you have to understand them. And so one of your horses is like your passions, the things that your soul craves. Like, you have to ask yourself, what do you crave at a soul level? What did you do as a child that you just loved more than anything? Who did you look up to as a child and say, I want to be them? For your ego, for your shadow, what aspects of myself do I not like? Or what aspects of other people do I despise? And why is that? Because more often than not, character flaws that we see in others, like that strike a chord, usually have something to do with us as well. And with this card, it says, listen with your heart. You are listening, but need to hear with a loving heart. And so if you're not extending love to yourself, you know, your heart might be telling you over and over what your soul wants. It might be saying, we want to do dance, or we want to do this. And your ego says, no, we're not good at that, or no, we'll get hate, or no, that can't happen. So I think that your ego is controlling everything right now, and I want to be clear, it's not in a way that's like, oh my gosh, pile 6, you're so egotistical. Like, no, it's not like that. It's you're still operating in fear, and so ego has the driver's seat. And so this motherly spirit energy is coming in to say, I want to get you on the right track, but I need you to listen to your heart. And motherly energy is just so unconditionally loving, and I can't understand it, because like, well, I mean, I have guinea pig children, but like, I'm sure it's a lot different when you make and birth your own kid, or you adopt a human child, or, you know, raise a human child as your own. That love is a bit different. And I think that like, this guide wants you to understand that they're trying their best to give you the answers, but you can look up every other direction, your ego will distract you from hearing those messages, I guess is what they're trying to say. And so they want you to understand how your ego operates and how your soul operates, how your soul talks to you and how your ego talks to you. It's going to be different for everyone. We're going to get some ego messages though first, because I think that there's a lot that you're missing. Like, you're seeing in black and white right now. And this Chariot guide is coming in to say, if you want to move forward, you've got to see life as more complex, as more fluid. And yeah, dancing with life, I think also, if you struggle with all or nothing thinking, it would definitely be helpful for you to look into strategies to overcome that. But with rainbows and messages, when it rains, look for rainbows. When it's dark, look for stars. Your guide is saying, like, everything is going to be okay. Like, we're going to come out of this on top. It's facing this dirty stuff now that helps us see the truth and move forward and achieve what is divinely meant to be ours. With this Weasel card, be silent, pay attention, and simply observe with your eyes, ears, and physical feelings what is happening inside and all around you. This Weasel card makes me think of, what's the weasel's name from the Barbie Rapunzel movie? Because, like, that's how I view your ego. Like, if that weasel was on your neck and you were like, oh, I think I would love to, like, go do a dance class. And then that weasel would be like, you know you're gonna fail and everyone's gonna laugh at you and you're gonna be super embarrassed, right? And then you'll be like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. You're probably right. And then you'll be like, thanks, weasel, for saving me from that. When really, the weasel is being a weasel. But one thing, I think you already know how much this guide loves you. I feel like this guide has made their presence known to you. They're a lifelong guide for you, and they're a very big part of your life. So I feel like less of this is less about them and more about you. They're like, you know enough about me. Now it's time to look at you. Okay, so one ego thing we have is, I forgive myself for taking from others when I am concerned I may not have enough for a future moment in time. I choose to believe I am constantly being moved towards what is meant for me, and life's unconditional support is not only unwavering, but also unending. So for some of you, the top part may actually not resonate, but the bottom part definitely should, and that's the part that you should take from this card. I choose to believe that I am constantly being moved towards what is meant for me, and life's unconditional support is not only unwavering, but also unending. And I think, like, with this dance with life, like, movement's a big part of this. I think that you might deal with pent up energy a lot, and that might be something that you're struggling with right now. But what actual ego responses does pile 6 need to know about or become aware of so that they can reframe how they look at them? Okay. Oh, wow, and you're coming through as the child as well. I forgive myself for feeling as though there exists a person that could replace me. I choose to believe that I have a gift that no one else is capable of sharing the way that comes naturally to me, and when I embrace my passion, I own my place in the world. And I love that, because this is a motherly energy, and that's what this guide wants to do for you, is to show you that you are irreplaceable. Like the Beyonce song. Like, you are absolutely irreplaceable. There's only one of you, and, like, you are here to live your life and be the greatness that you were, like, designed and born to be. We also have, I forgive myself for shaming and rejecting the experience of imperfection. I choose to believe that my unique expression invites me to show up in ways that may challenge ideas of what is currently preferable in order to make room for something greater. So this is saying those perfectionist tendencies are not something that you need to, like, you don't need to be perfect. Okay, these 2 are meant for you, or I guess 3, and then we're done. Well, not done with, well, we're done with this part of the reading. You're the only pile getting ego cards. That's why I, like, spent 10 minutes looking for them while I channeled. But yeah, your guides are saying, well, it's technically your guide, but all of your guides, I mean, they're in agreement with this guide, let's be clear. I forgive myself for mistaking, I already read this, but, oh wait, no, I didn't. I'm sorry, guys. Channeling with having ADHD is, like, kind of difficult sometimes, because my just short-term memory isn't there, and I'm only half here anyway. So forgive me. Forgive me while you forgive yourself for mistaking confusion for a lack of direction or ambition. I choose to believe that confusion is a divinely orchestrated invitation to create clarity so that I may passionately participate in the creation of the life that I want. So know that this running around energy isn't for nothing. Like this, there is a method to all this madness, believe it or not. We also have another. I forgive myself for thinking others should also be excited about what I personally find to be interesting and worthwhile. I choose to believe that my preferences are a unique expression of who I am, and I may experience deeper fulfillment and clarity when I am honoring my desires independently. And finally, we have one more. I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to where the possibility of deeper comfort exists. So if any of those ego problems, or if any of those resonate with you, then I would look into more about these ego things. I should just do a reading about ego, shouldn't I? I probably should. But yeah, I think that this is a lot about you just studying yourself. And instead of looking outside for answers, standing still and looking within, or dancing and flowing with life and allowing the answers to come to you as you just blissfully vibe out. You know, it's almost like, you know, you just need to like allow your heart to express itself and be present and with it whilst it's doing that. Because your heart can talk to you all the time, but you might be distracted, like scrolling on your phone or something like that. So it's really important to be mindful of your body and like really take note when you feel like your heart or your soul is saying something to you. But we're gonna look more now about this guide, because I guess we'll see what your guide wants you to know, because the vibe that I'm getting for all of you is that like this is a major guide that you probably already have some information on, but even if you don't have very much information on them, they're like, my situation doesn't matter because we've got to get you we got to get you understanding about yourself. It does, like, I don't matter right now. Like, well, this is about you. But let's go ahead and look at these tea leaf cards. So we have Rose, romance is in the air. And actually what's funny is, and maybe one thing as well, like with love, like maybe you feel like you're running in circles when it comes to love, and that like you can't find the right person, or like you just don't know what to do. And I think that's another reason why self-discovery is very important, because the more you understand yourself, the more you'll be able to understand others, and the more you'll be able to know like what is good for you and what is not, what is compatible with you and what isn't. And the more you love and respect for yourself, the more aware you'll be of red flags and of aspects of people that, like, you know, make them less compatible to you, things of that nature. This is a motherly energy. So like, they're here to help you with like your whole life. They're gonna be here your whole life, and you got plenty of time to get information about them, but they're like, this is your life, I'm guiding you on it, so you gotta learn about your life first. You gotta get into yourself. We also have Vine, seek out information that will help you. I don't know why this Vine came in my head, but this is like a really, really OG Vine, but it's just this girl's like talking to her phone, and then you hear off camera, like, why are you always talking to your phone? And she just screams, it's fine, get out of my business. And so I don't know if that's significant to anyone, but that's just what I thought of. We also have the crib, birth or conception of a child or enterprise. I think that this is also a confirmation that this guide acts like a mother to you, or it has like a motherly presence with you, whether it's mother, grandmother, no matter what, they view you as their baby. They love you. And I also think for some of you, this could be the fact. For some of you, you could be having a child soon. If you are, congratulations. I think those of you will know who you are. For the rest of you, I think that this could be like the start of something new. You could be birthing a creation or a project. And in that way, you would need to be in your Cancer energy and that mother energy of movement, moving forward, nurturing it, but also, you know, being balanced and expanding in a way that's like grounded and practical, but you get the point of what I'm saying, I think. But I think that this more than anything is a confirmation that like they are a very close soul to you, and that they have a very nurturing motherly energy to them, but it's also an energy where they will tell you like it is, and they're not gonna put up with shit. They're not a Karen, but like, because there's nothing saintly about Karens, but they will be brutally honest with you in a way that is important to your own growth. Like they are a tough love type of guide. Okay, yeah, as I turn this over, Spirit, heartache over what you no longer have. So I definitely think that, like, for some of you, you could be upset about, like, your love life right now, and I think this guide wants you to know that, like, they are here for you. If your parent, like if your mother or something passed away, I feel like they want you to know that they're still here, they're still supporting you, that they love you so much. But I think one thing that this guide is telling you, no matter what, is this heartache does need to be healed. Like, and if you've healed it, that's wonderful. But even though there may be no physical wounds in your heart, like, if your heart is wounded in any way, you're not going to be able to listen to what you're not going to be able to know what it's telling you, because you're not listening to it. It's like Stewie when he's like, oh my gosh, no, literally, you're Lois. If you've ever seen Family Guy, you're Lois, and your heart is Stewie, where you're like, mommy, mama, mama, mum, mum, mummy, mama, mama. Like, you know, like it just keeps going, like, until. So that's the beautiful thing. Your heart will keep calling out to you until you answer. And even if you scream, what? Your heart will probably just be like, hi, like, and just hee and run away. It probably won't. It actually will have probably valuable insights and information for you, because unlike Stewie Griffin, your heart loves you a lot and actually wants the best for you. So let's finish off with these last two cards. It's our choices that show us who we. Actually, I'm a liar. We still have channel messages to do. It's our choices that show us who we truly are, and the next great adventure. So I definitely think that you are on to a new adventure, but you have to figure out what that adventure is first. Like, you have to figure out what is next for you. And I think that this guide is really asking you to make wise decisions. I'm seeing owls. So owls could be significant, but they're definitely asking you to be mindful of your choices, and just think about how your choices today affect you tomorrow, and how, like, that creates kind of a domino effect. And so remember that instead of thinking about, like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, or I'll fix that later, think of, like, doing things now as, like, making life easier for your future self. But let's get some final channel messages. So what do you want to say to pile 6, please? Can I borrow a feeling? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a Simpsons reference. You may just maybe you're going through a bit of an emo phase right now. Or maybe you haven't, like, actually, there could be a situation, like a love situation that didn't work out, that's been really heavy on your heart, but you haven't really allowed yourself to feel what you experienced. And so I feel like this is an encouragement to express your pain, or express what you're feeling, either through listening to music that validates what you're feeling, or channeling that energy into your creativity and creating things that reflect that. But I think the more so than anything, this is just your guide's way of giving you permission to access your heart space and feel your heart. I think your heart space is blocked for sure, and I think that is definitely affecting things. I definitely think heart healing in general is just going to be really important for you. But we also, when you see through the eyes of love, life doesn't feel as heavy. So when you understand love, and okay, you know the phrase, what would Jesus do? I always say, what would love do? Like, that's my, like, that's kind of like my go-to thing. Like, when I don't know what to do, I would say, I ask myself, like, what would love do? And sometimes I'm like, fuck love. I'm annoyed. Like, I don't know what to do. And so then I'm just like, I don't know. But after you get over those emotions and you get back to center, ask yourself, what would love do? What would a truly loving, what would a true loving response say? And because this guide loves you unconditionally, and they want you to see yourself through their eyes, and also recognize that when you are love, because you don't give love, you don't receive love, you are love, you recognize, you see so much more beauty in the world. And like, the ego is not love. Let's just say that. I guess the ego can express love and things of that nature, but the ego is more out of protection and not out of love. And I guess that the ego's way of loving you is through protecting you, but it's not a good kind of love. It's a love that can enable bad traits or hold you back in life. And so I think looking at yourself through love, looking at the world through the eyes of love, you'll see others more compassionately. You'll have more patience and understanding for not only others, but yourself. And it's like changing your perspective to see through love is like a really powerful and life-changing thing that can not only bring you the abundance that you're looking for, but also, you know, the feelings of worthiness and value and love that you deserve to feel. We also have chaotic good. So I think that this card is just kind of encouraging you to follow your chaos in a way where, like, if this chaotic energy works for you, that's great. It's more so about like embracing the chaotic energy that's going to get you somewhere. Like that one thing that I just heard is play to your strengths. So if you're unsure of what you're even meant to do, start with what you're good at. And if you're like, I'm good at nothing, then start something. And you can suck at it, because sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. So just go at it with an optimistic attitude and you'll be fine. This is just a process of your own discovery, honestly. And I feel like your guide is even being like, don't spoon feed them. Like, they can figure it out. They just need to talk to themselves. But we have correlation is not causation. So if there's any events in your life that seem like correlated, I think that Spirit might be saying, like, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, just because those two things seem related doesn't mean that the cause that you're assuming it's from is actually that. Yeah, they're essentially saying just because two things correlate doesn't mean that they have an effect on one another. You know, things that can correlate can be two separate things, and you plop them in statistics and you can pull something out of your ass and convince people that they're correlating. But correlation is not causation is essentially the idea that, like, two things might look like they're related, but that doesn't mean that they actually interact with each other at all. But then finally we have inaction is also an action. Get out of your head and make those dreams a reality. So I think that is a perfect place to stop, pile 6. So thank you guys so much for watching this reading. I really hope that it helped you. Thank you so much for watching my ads as well. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But definitely feel free to check another pile as well if you feel called to, because I feel like this pile didn't give you a lot of information about your guide. It gave you more information about you. So feel free to pick another pile. But thank you so much for watching. I hope that this reading helped, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. Feel free to like this video and subscribe if you enjoyed it. If you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch or you can check out my social media. I'll have it all linked down below. But thank you so much for being here and letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 7. If you guys chose the little Dalmatian Jasper puppy, this is going to be your reading. So let's meet the guide on your spiritual team that is coming through. So to start, we have the 2 of Pentacles, we have the 2 of Wands, and we have Temperance, and then we have 111. Angels are ready to fully support you in this endeavor so that you can co-create with the universe, a life you love. I am creative. And we have Venice. Well, it looks like Venice mallow, but I think it's just a very nice flower. But it says, delicate, fleeting beauty. When life is not coming up roses, look to the weeds and find the beauty hidden within them. Let's see, we also have protection, call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. We have dog. Dog. Your loyalty and faithfulness is misplaced by serving too many masters. We also have demonstrate love. Find out what is important to those you love and act on it. And finally, we have manifestation. Okay, so this is really interesting. So we actually have two energies coming through. One of them is a guide of yours, and it's a guide of yours that you haven't met, which makes sense with their back turned to you. I feel like they're Italian for some reason, like the Venice, and like, I don't know, like I almost feel like this guide of yours like seems to be like a very, very old soul that definitely, like, I think that there is some sort of, well, obviously there's some sort of connection to them because they're your guide, but they're less so your guide right now and more so your guide for whenever you follow what it is that you truly want, whatever it is that you're creating, especially if it has anything to do with like art or music. I almost feel like this guide has like Renaissance energy. It's like, that's the vibe that I'm getting. It's like, they are a very creative guide, and but they're not here yet. You also have Archangel Michael coming through. I think I said in another pile accidentally that Archangel Gabriel is in Temperance, but I looked it up, and just for reference, Archangel Raphael is in the Lovers, Archangel Michael is in Temperance, and Archangel Gabriel is in Judgment. So if anyone wanted to know that. But this guide is here to help you find balance and attract what you want. But this guide is saying that this guide, not Archangel Michael, this guide is saying that they can't really help you right now because you're blocked. And I don't mean blocked in a very scary way. I mean blocked energetically from moving forward because you don't really have room or space to grow and to expand and to plan and to discover what else is out there. I'm getting a big vibe that there's either one person in your life or multiple people in your life that are taking way too much from you and not giving you anywhere near enough for it to be a reciprocal relationship. And it could be that in the past, things were a lot better. And this could be a friendship, this could be a relationship, this could be really any type of coworker is another big one that I'm hearing. But I feel like there's somebody in your life that is somebody or multiple people in your life that do not have your best interests at heart and are actually blocking what you're trying to manifest. And you might be wondering, like, how are people actually blocking what I'm trying to manifest? Like, how do they even know what I'm trying to manifest? And the thing is they don't know what you're trying to manifest, but on a subtle level, they know that, like, you're trying to do something big or that you're trying to grow and evolve. And the people that I am talking about are not interested in growing or evolving. In fact, they have an energy that is very demanding, that is very, like, there's expectations, but not a lot of gratitude for those expectations that have been placed on you. And I feel like you're just a naturally loyal person. And so you're doing what you feel like is right. But what you're not understanding is that, like, you're actually doing what's wrong for you by doing what feels right to your loyal tendencies. So it makes sense that the dog is coming through. So Archangel Michael, if you're unaware, is all about cord cutting and protection. And we have that reiterated here with the call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that in order for you to grow and go beyond your journey, you're gonna have to shed a layer of muck. And that layer of muck is not anything that has to do with you, besides the fact that you're allowing the muck to muck you up, muck you the fuck up. So what I mean by that is you're not doing enough to protect yourself right now. Part of that is like calling in the divine and asking for Archangel Michael to protect you as well and help you cut cords with anyone that no longer serves you. But it's also like you are needing to take a really hard look at how much time and energy you're giving to yourself and how much time and energy you're giving to others, because I feel like it's really out of balance. And we have all twos here. So, well, temperance is not. Temperance is a 5, and that talks about the fact that the shit needs to change. Is temperance 5? Yeah, because it's 14. This is also Sagittarius energy. And I think that you're ready for growth, expansion. This journey could also have something to do with traveling as well. And I feel like you've been trying to manifest and magnetize like opportunities to you. And I feel like you've been doing everything right. And so you're like, what am I doing wrong? Why is this not coming in? Or why am I not getting answers? And the reason why is because you don't have the energy to invest in your manifestations right now, because there are people that are draining your energy and taking your energy away. And even if they're not bad people, they're bad for you right now at the very least in like what you're trying to manifest. And so you're giving your power away to other people because you're afraid of their reaction if you set your boundaries with them. And truthfully, boundaries, when people react poorly to our boundaries, that is the exact reason why we should have them in the first place. And I think right now, like with this 2 of Pentacles, it's like you're balancing your own life, you're juggling your own life, and then you're also juggling this person's life and their problems. Like, and let me be clear, this could be more than one person. Like for some of you, this is an entire group that you need to like cut yourself off from. For others, I feel like it is a potential partner. And by potential, I mean a partner you could be with that's really stunting and holding your growth back. But if you don't resonate with that, if you don't think that, then that message is not for you. If you have a partner and you're happy and fulfilled and feel like you two add to each other's lives, then that is wonderful. And like that message is not for you. That's why it's important to take what resonates and leave the rest. Anyway. With this demonstrate love card, find out what is important to those you love and act on it. I feel like this message is like, because if I'm being honest, I don't think you need to demonstrate love. Like, I think you do a pretty good job at that. Like, I really don't think that that's your issue. I think that instead, Spirit brought this card to your attention because you are trying to... Oh, okay, sorry. They were like explaining it to me differently. This card is brought to your attention because the people in your life that are not treating you right, that are not adding to your life anymore, that are supposedly your friends or like people that are important to you, I feel like they don't demonstrate their love for you. I feel like they don't find out what's important to you. I feel like they don't act on demonstrating their love for you while you go above and beyond for other people. And so I think what Spirit is saying is it's not that you're not doing enough to manifest your dreams, is that you're doing too much for others and not enough for yourself. Actually, you may be doing enough for yourself, but you don't have enough time for rest. And I think that you're kind of stuck because what they're helping you with is these guides here are to help you with is the 2 of Pentacles, right? And so I feel like you might be trying to do something risky, like start your own business, move somewhere, make a change that's for you, like break away. Like I'm hearing the song Breakaway right now, by Kelly Clarkson, I think. But you're having a hard time doing that because it's like you're trying to, oh my God, this makes so much sense. It's literally like you're trying to make everything happen for you with one hand, and you're using the other hand to do things that are literally not your problem. Like you're holding the world in your other hand, and it's literally not even your problem to carry. And so it's like you're getting everything done half as quickly as you could be, because so much of your time and energy is being taken up by people who not only don't appreciate it, but also feel entitled to it. And that is fucked up. And I don't like that. And I wish I could give them a talking to, but that's not my process. You have to give them a talking to, but just say that, like, I mean, I would do it in a kind way. I would do it in I don't know. I like to say that I wouldn't do it in a kind way because, like, I feel defensive over you guys, but at the same time, I know I'd probably be there in person. I'd be like, can you just like let pile 7 live their life and like appreciate them, or don't be shocked when they cut you out. Okay, like thanks, bye. Because I mean, it's your time to be loyal to yourself is essentially what Archangel Michael and this guide that wants to come in is saying. I'm intrigued to see if there's another pile you pick, because I almost feel like this is the same guide coming through, but I don't know. Anyway, I think that this is a very clear message. If you want to move forward, if you want to keep going, you have to drop the dead weight. Get rid of it. You don't need it. And with Temperance here, I think that if there's nobody in your life that's doing that for you, then I think that it's time to find the things that you are holding space for that no longer serve your purpose or what you're trying to manifest. So maybe like scaling things down a little bit or putting a little bit less off your plate. One big message that I'm hearing as well is to save at least 60% of every paycheck that you get. I think that's just incredibly important right now. I don't know why they said 60%, but honestly, like even if it was more, that would be good too. I feel like you may be very generous with money right now, and I feel like Spirit is saying like maybe one of the burdens is that you're like giving money to these people and they're promising to pay you back and they're not. So if somebody is asking you for money, and they're saying like I'll pay you back, I don't think they will. So be aware of that. I think that you need to protect yourself financially, because people may be taking what is not yours to give. And by that, I mean like it's money that you made that's supposed to support you. And like you're literally like setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm. And it's just not okay. If you truly want to manifest, you have to believe that you're worthy of that. And like when you're demonstrating love to people that don't appreciate your love, you're showing that you allow that. And you're showing the universe that you're allowing that. And it doesn't mean that you're actually allowing that, because a lot of times it's unconscious. And the universe and I both know that you're coming from a place of compassion, from a place of loyalty. Like you're just you have this sweet dog energy to you that's like, you know, what is more unconditionally loving than a damn dog? Like it's the best. Like nobody can hate a dog. Like, and if they do, there's something wrong with them. With peace and love, of course. Anyway, they're literally saying like you need to be loyal to your creations, to what you're manifesting, and loyal to you. That is the only person that you need to be loyal to. Unless you've unless you've made a commitment with somebody, then obviously you should be loyal to that. But if it's not working out for you anymore, like things change. And if people aren't willing to compromise with you, then you just need to protect yourself and cut the cords and call back your power. Now, see, here's the thing though. I feel like for some of you, you definitely have tried to change the dynamic or to make things better. And this is your guide's way of like really saying like, and Archangel Michael, like saying like, this person is not going to change. It's not your fault. It's literally all them. It's not you, it's them. But you need to protect yourself. Like, you cannot like, you can love someone from a distance and still recognize that they're not good for you. You know what I mean? Like that's what true unconditional love for yourself is like, even if you unconditionally love someone else, you unconditionally love yourself more. And so it's like, I love you, but your habits and actions and the way you're treating me isn't in alignment with like who I am or what I am right now, and I need to take space. But honestly, you don't owe anyone an explanation. For some of you, I get the vibe like the things that these people have said and done to you, like, I just think I wouldn't feel bad if you ghosted them, I guess is the point that I'm trying to say. But obviously that leaves for a lack of resolution and closure. So do whatever feels right to you. I would just pray to Archangel Michael, pray for the answers. I don't approve of ghosting like as a practice, but I think if this person is particularly like combative or very like they say really vicious things when they get upset or things like that, I think that it might be better if you just kind of slowly distance yourself, or like, is it the right thing to do? I don't know. That's up to you. But I just feel like, I don't know if you need any more stress on your plate. And I feel like some of the people that you're dealing with are more stressed than they're worth. And it might just be better to just like recognize that they're not adding to your life anymore. Like I feel like they almost had they had a beautiful purpose in your life at one point, but now it is just not. It is not what is working for you anymore. And it is time to protect yourself and demonstrate love to yourself so that your manifestations can come to fruition and you can follow your divine path further. So I'm going to look at these tea leaf cards and see if there's any messages or any other signs about these guides. So we have Parrot. Someone will gossip about all your secrets. Oh my gosh, this is definitely this person. Grapes, time to go out and have fun. We have Wreath, sorrow over a loss, and we have Bird flying, news is on its way. So I definitely think that this Wreath and this Parrot are connected. I definitely think that there's somebody in your circle that's not trustworthy. That makes sense. That's why I was like, I don't like this person's vibe. It's snaky, or parody, I guess. Because it's almost like, I guess I shouldn't say snaky, because like snakes are intelligent. I mean, it's not that parrots are not. It's just that, like, I don't think that this person is very smart. I just think that they're selfish and they just don't really care about others' needs. And I think that they're very low vibrational in the sense that, like, they don't really know themselves and just they have massive insecurity issues and their own issues. And rather than working on them, they would just rather talk about other people and throw them down to make themselves feel better. And I think that this person or people are just genuinely intimidated by you and your energy. And they may not even realize that they are doing this, but like they are definitely slowing your manifestations down. And Archangel Michael and this guide that wants to come in but can't come in yet are letting you know that, like, hey, we want to make your manifestation happen, but you've got to cut the dead weight that's blocking it. Like, I just heard, oh my god, Spirit's so funny. I just heard the song in my head, move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. So I think that's your guide's message to whoever is treating you like this. And I think that, yeah, like, this is your time to go and have fun. You might get a message from one of these guides. Actually, I think the bird is maybe a sign of Archangel Michael. Or you might find that this guide shows up in your life soon. So pay attention to any signs here. But I definitely think that Spirit is confirming the fact that, like, this is probably less easy than you realize, because I'm sure, like, with these people, like, I'm able to look at the situation objectively because I have no idea who you are and I have no idea who this person or these people are. I'm just only able to feel their energies. So, I don't have any emotional attachment to the memories that you two have shared or the things that you have been through together. But what you need to know is that just because somebody was one way at a time doesn't mean they'll always be like that forever. And I feel like this person has really shown their true colors over time. And while it may hurt to let them go, the blessings that will replace them are more than worth it. And actually, I think that, like, that grief is almost important so that you can understand, like, how difficult it is to truly manifest what you want, because oftentimes in order to get what we truly want, we have to let go of what isn't serving us. And you would be surprised about how much shit in our life is not truly serving us. And it only comes down to our own awareness about it that we truly do change. And so I think having Archangel Michael's divine protection around you and trusting that he is protecting you and that he is making sure you're safe. Side note, if anyone is traveling, you are being protected while you're traveling as well. But the biggest predominant message that I'm getting is that like your manifestations want to come in and they can't, because like you've got dead weight that you need to block. But finally, we have I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, and wisdom, wit, creativity. So you could be a Ravenclaw, which if you are, hi, same, love that, we have the same house. But I do think that Spirit, what do you want me to say about this? They gave me like 10 different messages at once and it was like too much. Because I'm getting a couple of different interpretations. Obviously, this is related to, well, I guess if you've seen Harry Potter, this is related to like the map in Harry Potter. I forget what it's called right now because my brain is just like fried, and I'm not a Harry Potter expert, so don't come for my throat. I'm very basic knowledge. Well, no, I'd say medium level knowledge. Anyway, I think that your guides want you to know that like they see what you cannot. They hear conversations you're not a part of. They're aware of potential outcomes that they want to protect you from. And so when you feel like something's not right, you need to trust that. And I feel like an eagle is a sign that your guides are protecting you. We have all this bird imagery, but then Spirit is also like saying, like, you're so intelligent, you're witty, like you have all these like Ravenclaw abilities, and we have creative twice. Like, the people that are tearing you down or slowing you down are just jealous that they can't reach your level. Like, you know, and also the house of Ravenclaw is aligned with air energy. And so I think your guides are really saying you need to be aligned with what's logically best for you. You can't make this decision based on your heart, because your heart's going to say, oh no, I want to stay. Like, I don't want to do anything because like I love them. But your brain is going to say, but you're suffering and your dreams are not being realized because you are exhausted and you like need more time and energy for yourself. And so that's where you want to trust your brain over your heart, because your heart, but honestly, your heart will get to the point where it knows it's time to leave as well. And I bet for a lot of you, your hearts have gotten to that place, and that's what's really scary, because even though your heart and gut will lead you to that place, it doesn't necessarily make the pain of following through with that any less. And so your guides want you to know that any pain or sorrow that you feel over it is valid, but they want you to trust that what will replace it will bring you so much more joy than this person or people ever did. And with this, yeah, I think your guides are just saying like they see and know things that you can't. And like they have access to information that you don't. And they'd only give information to you if it's of your highest good. Like your guide's not going to come in and be like, oh my God, guess what your friend said? Like they're such a sneaky bitch. Like, can you, like, you know, like they're not going to do that. That's not what guides do. That's not in their highest good, you know. And truthfully, like if somebody is talking shit, like what they're saying about you isn't any of your business, and it's a reflection of them, not you. So let's finish off with a couple of channeled messages. So what messages do you have for pile 7, please, Spirit? Haha, love this. Who is against the queen will die. So this is from 90 Day Fiancé. It's a quote that somebody said in an episode, which honestly, to be fair, like thinking about that situation, if you want to Google Colt and Larissa 90 Day Fiancé, to be fair, neither of them are very like stand-up citizens. But I mean, like, it's reality TV. Come on, have your standards. I mean, you can't have standards anyway. That's kind of the attitude you need to have. Is like, and that's what your guides are saying. Like, we are going to remove or get rid of anyone that is against our queen or our king or our monarch, because that's gender neutral. Anyway, this is a sign that you need to trust that too. Like, if you don't get rid of these people yourself, your guides will. And trust me, you don't want your guides to divinely intervene, because that shit sucks. Divine intervention can be a blessing or a curse. We also have, we learn more through our failures than we do our victories. And so that's the divine defending themselves when I was saying that, like, you don't want them to intervene, because that's, like, it's true. Like, they're right. And, you know, people always ask, like, why do I have to suffer to learn lessons? And it's like, bro, suffering is human. Like, good luck finding any human on the entire planet that has experienced zero suffering. To suffer is to be human. But there are also, like, there are so many blessings and lessons that come from failing, and that come from suffering, and that come from being human, and that life is constantly shifting through cycles of happy times and suffering times, and sometimes both. It's just life. And I think what your guides want you to understand is, like, we want to do the best we can to make it so that you have the best experience possible. And the best experience possible doesn't necessarily mean you're just happy and good vibes all the time. The best experience possible is the growth that your soul needs to experience to actualize what it wants to do and what it wants to achieve. And that comes through highs and lows. You're not going to find anything in this world that is just good vibes all the time. Like, I remember when I was trying to find a job, I was like asking myself which shit sandwich I would like to eat, because it's like, ideally I don't want to work, but I need to like live. And so when I was in college, I was like, okay, well, what are the shitty aspects of all of these jobs I'm looking at, and which ones suck the least to me? Well, then I found this, which was a wonderful blessing, but, like, I still have a shit sandwich that I have to eat in the form of, like, many different things. Like, you know, there's no, like, but let me be clear, like, I'm super blessed and super happy. And, like, the point of what I'm saying is that, like, this is aligned with my purpose. And what Spirit is saying is, when you're aligned with your purpose, that doesn't mean you're going to stop suffering. That doesn't mean your problems are going to end. It just means that you're going to be the most prepared. You're going to be able to be the most, like, aligned and present with it. You're going to be learning the lessons that you need to learn in order to get you where you need to go. And, like, that's really all you're doing as a soul. And so I think you just need to trust that, like, your guides have your back, and to not have expectations that, like, any path you take is going to be sunshines and rainbows, but we have, you will achieve it. Stay focused. So I think that's an excellent sign. But we also have, let go of what is slipping away. We are making room for much better things. So your guides are definitely confirming that, and we know. So this is a reference from Elder Scrolls, the Dark Brotherhood. I would like to think that your guides, like, you're part of your guides, like, light brotherhood or sisterhood or whatever. But your guides are literally saying, like, we know better than you do. We know things that you don't. We see things that you don't. We hear things that you don't. We know what you want. We're trying to get you there, but you're not listening to us. So listen to what we said in this reading so that you can move forward and live the life of your dreams, because we want that for you. Archangel Michael wants that for you. Your guides want that for you. The guide trying to come in wants that for you. And I definitely think this is really interesting, because, like, this is the second pile where I've, like, instead of talking about a guide, they're like, no, we just need to give you guidance. But pile 7, I think I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed this reading. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. I would love to hear. If you enjoyed this video, I'd love it if you left a like. And if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed, but no pressure. Thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, and I just genuinely appreciate anybody who allows them to play and takes that time for themselves. You are exchanging energy with me when you do that, and so I just want to say thank you. If you want to support me in other ways, though, I have my merch link down below, as well as my social media. But I think that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for joining me and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 8. If you guys chose this prophecy stone, then this is going to be your reading. I love this crystal. I know I already said that in the intro, but I love it. I think it's so funny that it looks like a turd, but it is like such a powerful stone, and actually like it's like a mixture of 3 or so stones, so it's pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting stone. I like it. Maybe you should look into it. Look into getting one. Get some poop for yourself. Okay, so let's go ahead and meet your guide. So to start, we have the Knight of Swords. We have, let me fix this. We have the Devil. As you can see, there's a card peeking underneath here. I will explain that later. We also have number 10, I am ingenious, and 00, I am observant. We also have honeysuckle, domestic happiness, and devoted affection. We also have leap, you go first, the universe will catch you. We have cardinal, the polarities of your spiritual pursuits and physical pleasures are out of balance, so do whatever is necessary to bring them back into equilibrium. And mountain goat, there is something out of balance in your life, so do whatever you need to do to correct it. We also have nourish. And finally, we have you are limitless. You can do anything you choose. So I'm gonna be honest with you guys, Pile 8, your guide's really funny. I really like your guide a lot, actually, but you may not. And this is why. Your guide has a sense of humor. Because when I was asking them to, tell me who they were, the Devil came out. And I was like, are they saying they're a Capricorn? Are they working on work? But none of those energies really felt right. And then I kind of realized something, because I pulled what their purpose is to help you with. And so I realized this is not how your guide sees themselves. This is how you see your guide. And if you don't know who any of your guides are, like, intimately, then this is just kind of, this is definitely one of your main guides. Let's be clear about that. This is a very important guide to you. But because this is a general reading, the type of guide that's coming through, I'll get to it. But essentially, this guide is your best friend, like your actual, like, this guide has holding out for a hero energy. Like, they are the hero you're holding out for. But what you don't understand is the things that they are doing to set you free and to help you grow and evolve are the exact things that you view as the universe punishing you. And this guide has a sense of humor, because he's also saying, like, I am smart and I know what I'm doing. But your guide is saying that your perception of them, or your perception of their presence in your life, is way off. It's so much so that it's funny. So, like, when your guide introduced themselves, they're like, hey, I'm the Devil. But you know who your guide actually is? The motherfucking sun, okay? But you can't see that. You don't see that because all you see right now are things being taken away from you, restrictions, things of that nature. This guide, I'm telling you, is a really great guide to have, because their job in your life is to get you to see the truth and to get you to move forward and to literally, like, follow what it is that will make you happiest in life. This is the guide that makes sure that your manifestations comes to fruition. This is the guide that makes sure that you're on the right path. This is the guide that does not put up with your bullshit and will quite literally make things happen for you if you won't do it yourself. Because from what I can tell here, the fact that your guide is also being represented by the Devil, that's Capricorn energy, it's an earth energy. I do think that this guide is very powerful in a lot of, like, we have 2 major arcanas coming out here. It's just that I think that the way you interpret this guide's work, you interpret it as the universe punishing you, or that this guide doesn't like you, or that like it's literally the devil. And so that's why your guide is jokingly like, ah, haha, hey, I'm the devil. But no, they're really actually the sun, because what you can't see and what you don't understand, because you're still in the dark about it, is that this guide is quite literally forcing you to overcome and balance every single restriction that's holding you back from your manifestations and your true happiness. And what you have yet to understand is that this guide is here to literally, like, this guide is literally an angel. Like, but in like... And that's why it's so funny. They're really funny. They have a great sense of humor, and I think you do too. And I think that's why you don't understand this. Like, you might be a very like cold, calculating, cynical person as well. Because that's how this guide kind of operates. They do have a Capricorn energy, and the way that they like if a spirit guide could have a rising sign, they might be like a Capricorn rising, for example. Like they have this serious face to them, like this serious presence to them. And like, let's be real, they got some serious energy. I just heard Sirius XM. So if you listen to the radio, XM radio, I don't know, there might be something there for you. But other than that, what I was seeing, for some, you and this guide could have ties to the to Syrian starseeds and things of that nature. So I would definitely look into see if that's a thing for you. But their whole job is to keep you moving forward and to keep you like on your goals, to give you knowledge, to give you the truth, so that you can move forward with action and purpose and follow your dreams. Like the Knight of Swords in a typical tarot deck is like the fastest moving card. Like it's like Ricky Bobby, I'm going fast. And that's what this guide wants for you. Like they literally want you to follow what makes you happiest and to do what is best for you. And what you don't understand is that, okay, so this guy is kind of funny, because they're like, they think it's really cute that you think you know what's best for you right now, because you don't, and that's why you're angry at them. And that's okay. That's the beauty of being human. But and they're saying, I will gladly be viewed as the devil or called this if that's what it takes to get pile 8 to their bliss, to their manifestations, to what makes them truly happy. And one thing they want you to understand is that you cannot get the sun without facing the devil first, without facing the darkness first. And so what this guide wants you to understand is that while the lessons may be tough and while you may be angry, this is getting you where you need to go, and you're going to be much happier once you're on the other side of this. But one thing they also want you to understand is that, like, oh my gosh, I have to pause this because this guide has a message for you. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the exact sentence that I wanted to find because it was about Capricorn energy. But this is like a big book, but I'm going to recommend this book to you guys. It's called Crystal Stars 1111, and it's for starseeds. But I did find some pages in here that I felt like would be really helpful for you. So I just wanted to read this quick little blurb about viewing life here, especially if you're a starseed, as Earth School. Life is a school of spiritual growth for the soul. It opens us to such beautiful blessings, and yet we will also experience upheaval, change, frustration, and uncertainty as we allow ourselves to be divinely worked upon by higher loving energies. Eventually, challenging situations transform into sources of peace, strength, and empowerment, and happiness. This is the sacred alchemy of life, working its transformational wisdom in our lives each day. For the wounded part of us, growth can be frightening. It may need us to divest from familiar ways that give us a sense of safety, but if left unchecked, also prevent us from making spiritual progress. Ultimately, we may agree that this will make us happier, healthier, more fulfilled, and freer. That doesn't mean that letting go and trusting things will all work out is going to be the easiest thing to do. Sometimes the direction we feel we need to take to confront and release what we have held on to may seem like a fast track to misery, yet I can honestly say my most difficult journeys have ended up being the experiences I have the most gratitude for, as they brought me the most benefit. It's like the universe is trying to take the snack out of our hand because there is a magnificent feast prepared for us. If our issues around the lack or the fear that we will never have what we want are triggered, then we can resist, throw a tantrum, and feel that nothing will ever work out for us, even though what is taking place is evidence the universe wants to give us something positive and heal all those issues for us. And so I definitely think that that's how you're viewing this guide, or just life in general, or the reasons why these things are happening. But I also think when I opened this book, I realized there's definitely a sync here. This guide could be related to the Canopus star, but it says it's the second brightest star in the sky after Sirius. And so then I was like, oh, I did pick up on Sirius, so I think that could be related. So this might be a good book for you. You might want to check this out. I'm sorry I couldn't find what I was originally going to show you, but it was just something about how Capricorn energy is beneficial and often misunderstood. And so I think that the overall vibe from this guide that I get is that they feel very misunderstood. And in fact, they're fine with that because all they want is for you to grow and succeed. And I think I definitely already said that, but they are giving you the toughest love possible so that you can feel light and free and feel that blissful childlike joy again and have the life that you truly want to live. And what your guide is trying to get you to understand is that you're learning the tough lessons now so you don't have to later. And also, I think for you, discipline is especially important, maybe because your brain is just like really fast, like processing things, and you may forget things easily. Like you may have every intention of changing or doing something different, and then you just like literally forget. So I think that this guide, or you might be impulsive and like hasty and have a hard time, like you probably have a really hard time with Capricorn energy at times because it is very like restrictive and confining, but it also talks about like discipline and working towards your goals and essentially like tempering yourself so that you can achieve what you want, and recognizing and acknowledging that these dark parts are within you instead of working against them, acknowledging that they're there and how you can either balance them out or transmute them completely. Because some shadow aspects are just there and others we can illuminate and feel lighter and freer. And so this lack of balance, I think, is the fact that I was looking at the goat and I didn't look at the cardinal. Your spiritual pursuits and physical pleasures are out of balance. So do whatever is necessary to bring them back into equilibrium. So have you ever heard the phrase, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? I feel like this guide is kind of intervening to get you different results, but it feels like you're being punished. And this guide is like, nope, I'm getting you where you need to go. I'm getting you to your bliss, to your happiness. But in order to feel light and like light as in literal light, and then just like light off your feet, you have to unchain yourself. You have to break the chains that are holding you back. And I think what's so beautiful is that you have this, you are limitless. You can do anything you choose. But you also need to nourish yourself. You need to take care of yourself. And I think that one thing that you might be struggling with, or you may not understand right now, is that like maybe your spiritual pursuits and your actions aren't aligning, and this guide is trying to get you to see that. But I also think that there's a level of trust that you need to build with this guide, because and maybe it's not even like that you need to build the trust, but just that you need to trust until the time comes. because I do think that like this guide is gonna be like, see, I told you it was all gonna work out, or I told you I had your best interest at heart. And like I really do think that this guide does, and they understand that like the lessons you might be learning are difficult, and they will say when you get upset at them, they can't help but just like kind of chuckle a little bit to themselves when you're like, why is this like when you're yelling at them, they can't do anything but just like laugh and send you love, like because they know what beautiful things are ahead of you and how silly you will look when you reach that point and you're like, wow, I was really acting like a brat there, which is why I also think that childlike energy is there as well, because this guide is so fun, but you don't get to see the fun elements of them until you overcome the animalistic parts of yourself that you need to like temper. And I guess animalistic is kind of intense, but you know, your shadow, like it's less about like healing your shadow and more so about like recognizing what aspects and traits are holding you back and what sort of things that you need to instill, and like how can you remove blockages that chain you down, and how can you add elements to your life that will create discipline to get your goals and needs done, because there's an element of discipline here as well. Like this guide is saying like, I can be your bestie or I can be daddy and I can spank you and show you that you need to change, which like they're joking, obviously they're not meaning like literal, but I mean this guide is very like, I'm gonna make you go through the tough stuff first so that we can spend the most of our time having fun. Like that's what they truly want, and they want you to trust them when they say like, follow what is right for you. Like it will not, like I will catch you, I promise. Like I got a horse, well, your guide definitely does not look like that. But I do think that there are parts of both your feminine and masculine energy that are like distorted. Like I just definitely, it's almost like in some ways you need less devil energy and in other ways you need more. So it's like in some areas of your life you want to cut down on things, and then in other areas of your life you want to add more there. So I think that Spirit is saying that you have free will, and you can choose what you want to do, but this guide has high expectations for you, and like they want you to achieve your dreams. Like I love how similar like this unicorn and this leap card is, because they really do just like feel like the same thing. Also swans or fairies or peacock feathers could be significant. But what they're trying to get you to understand is that they are helping you become limitless. They're not restricting you. They're not taking things away. They're removing everything that is weighing you down and chaining you down so that you can actually follow your bliss and follow what makes you happy. They want to nourish your soul. And so in order to do that, they have to get rid of the things that maybe nourish you in the short term, but do nothing for your benefit in the long term, and do nothing to benefit your overall path. And I think this guide is saying, I see a lot more than you do. You're in the dark, but I see everything clearly. I'm having a great time over here. Like, I want you to join me, but like, we got to get through this stuff first so that you can get there. You know what I mean? So let's move forward now and see what else we can find out about them, or what other messages they may have for you. I told you they're funny. Mule, someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Like, I feel like this guide is like, like, you could have had the sun, but you had to get this version. Like, I'm sorry, but you're special, and we have stuff to do. We have things to achieve. We have light to work, and so you need to work on your shadows so that we can spread more light. Like, I want to have a good time. Like, I want you to have a good time. Like, I want us to have a good time. Like, this guide really is like a bestie energy. Like, that is the best way I can explain it. Like, they are like bestie, but you see them as like the devil right now. We also have bull. Do not back down from opposition. Show strength and fortitude. And so that's what they're saying. Like, take that stubborn energy and direct it towards the things that are frustrating you, and towards the things that that feel like struggles and challenges that are tearing you down. Take that stubborn energy, and when you're faced with challenges, when you're faced with struggles, say, nah, I'm gonna get through this. Like, if I can get through whatever I've gotten through now, like, I can get through this, and I'm gonna push through it. We also have Lily, spiritual love. And yeah, like, this guy loves you, like, so much. Like, and their relation to you may be different. Like, for some of you, this could be like, more so than anything, I feel like if this guide is family, it's like a star family. So I don't think that they're like incarnated with you, or like have ever incarnated. Well, no, that's not true. They may have. I guess it doesn't matter. I shouldn't go into that because, well, it does matter literally, but like in this context, it doesn't, because for all of you, like, this guide will express themselves in different ways and may have different origins and sources. And so it's up to you to explore that. But this is definitely a big guide of yours. And it may be harder to get information from this guide when you don't want to talk to them. So there's that. But this guide is saying, like, everything I do is out of love for you. And you may not see that now, but you will in the future. We also have chair filled. Someone new is entering your life. So I almost feel like this literally has to do with, like, maybe this guide's presence will come in soon, or maybe you'll be getting out of these struggles soon and you'll see this version of your guide. Or maybe if you come, like, if you figure out what needs to be done, or if you just maybe change your attitude about how your guide is treating you, then maybe your guide will show up in a different way, or you'll see the energy different. But you should be seeing the energy as, I'm bringing you Dante's Inferno. Dante's Divine Comedy. If you have ever read or heard of Dante's Divine Comedy, it's literally like an old ass Italian epic poem where Dante is like 35, having a midlife crisis, and he essentially travels through hell, and then he goes to purgatory, and then he goes to heaven. Obviously hell, so it's divided into 3 parts: Inferno, which is hell, Purgatorio, which is purgatory, and I forget what heaven is. Paradiso. Obviously Inferno is the most interesting because it's the darkest, and that's the one people know the best. Maybe reading Dante's Inferno might be interesting, and like seeing like the layers of hell and all of that. Like, I don't know, I think that might be interesting for you, but they're kind of using you as, like, you're kind of like Dante. You have to go through the circles of hell, and then, like, you have to go through hell to get to purgatory to get to heaven. Like, you know what I mean? And that's kind of what they're saying. That's kind of how your journey is. And, like, that cycle, though, that will be a process that repeats, because, like, you will also be a falling angel, you know what I mean? Like, you'll reach heaven and you'll fall again, and you'll have to repeat the process. But the beauty of how spirituality works is the more you go through that process, the more it just becomes natural. And instead of having these huge spiritual highs and low spiritual lows, then they kind of start evening out and cycling. And then eventually you reach a point where typically, like, the highs and lows are like little bumps instead of like mountains, and it evens out. But we also have dog, far away. A distant friend is thinking of you. So for some of you, if you had like a dog or an animal that passed on recently, I feel like this is their way of saying, hey, that they're here and that they love you. But I also kind of see your guide in this as well. Like, they I feel like they're from a place far, far away. And you could actually have another so someone in your soul family may be incarnated in another place right now, not on earth, but they're thinking of you. So if you have a friend that you've never met but miss, it might be this person where you like just constantly wonder. I don't know, it's a weird thing. That will be for whoever it's meant for. But you have to understand that this guide is not doing what they're doing because they hate you. They're doing it because they love you. But let's see. Let's get some final messages. I love when spirit just like confirms what I was saying. So yeah, your guide's saying that they love you so much. Like, they're reiterating that twice, and like that's what they want you to understand. Is like, This guide is literally being like, I can be your angel or I can be your devil. You decide what I am, and like, I'll play that role. So if you're like, hey, I'll take this on myself, you just give me good guidance, your guide's like, fine. I honestly feel like they're doing this right now because you're stubborn and resistant to change, and they're like, it's time. Which is interesting because guides don't really, oh, okay. So, because I was like, well, guides aren't going to intervene with your free will. But the thing is that you asked for this because you're manifesting. You're doing you're doing the work. You're doing this, but what you're not understanding is that your manifestations are working, that things are working, because now you're doing shadow work. Things are falling away. Things are being purged. Things are being changed and switched up. And so what you need to understand is that, like, this is not the universe punishing you or that you did something wrong, but in fact, the universe is literally doing what you asked it to do. We also have, oh yeah, we have dedication, patience, and loyalty. Yeah, this guide is totally like, they have Hufflepuff energy, and like, you literally view them as a Slytherin. That's so funny. But the thing is like, I love their energy because they even have like the sense of humor to like joke through me. Like, they couldn't just appear as the sun, because I guess I didn't finish my story in the beginning when I was like, when I saw the devil, I didn't feel like this was right, especially when I saw the Knight of Swords. And so then when I realized, oh, this is Pile 8's perception of this guide, then I asked, so then what's your true form? And the sun came out. And so I was like, that is hilarious. And that made a lot more sense because that was a vibe that I was getting. And so I think that, you know, your guide is saying like, I'm dedicated to seeing you succeed. I love you so much, and so I will be patient with you, and I will help you through all of this, no matter what you yell at me or no matter what you think. But just understand that, like, I'm doing this for your own good. Like, I'm doing this to help you, and you may not see that now, but you will in the future, and you'll understand just like how my actions always came from love in the first place, or how my guidance always came from love in the first place. And finally, oh, we have Dobby is free. You are always free. There's a lot about freedom here. And I feel like you think by following this path that you're like losing things or like you're trapped, or but your guide is saying you're free to do whatever you want. You are always free to do whatever you want. But you started manifesting this, so I did my work. I did my job. I did what I needed to do. And now you're mad at me, which is fine. But like, you'll see the light eventually. And they can't wait for you to. But we'll finish off finally with some channeled messages. Oh, look at what I just pulled from the deck. That is iconic. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to turn your back on us. We'll be here loving you anyway. When you're ready to hear from us again, we'll embrace you with open arms and make our presence known. We love you. So yeah, this is literally your guide saying, and your other spiritual team as well. So I guess maybe I'm being unfair. So there could be a lot more than one guide here doing all of this. But the vibe that I get is that there's one main guide, like, that's guiding you and facilitating a lot of this. What else though? Oh yeah, can I borrow a feeling? This came out in another pile. It's a Simpsons reference. And they're kind of saying like, it's okay to be angry and upset. Well, I guess that's okay. They're saying like, you know, you have to go through the process of being human. Like, to be human is to suffer. And like, they're saying it's okay to feel things. Like, it's okay to be upset. It's okay to do all of that. Get it out, because the sooner you get those emotions out, the sooner you can return to your truest, authentic version of yourself. And finally, okay, yeah, we have Millpool and we have trust your gut. So yeah, your guides are definitely saying trust your gut. And on the back of the deck, we have you already know the answer. So with this Millpool card, it's interesting because it came out in another pile, but I have a different interpretation for it this time. These two came out as well. But I'm interpreting this Millpool card, which is also, by the way, a Simpsons reference, to be a reminder not to rush through this process. Because if you rush through this process or rush through this journey for you, you might miss sight of what's truly important. And so your guides, or this guide, is letting you know that like, you might be doing things the hard way, but the hard way is the right way, at least for you in your journey. Because you're going to learn things much quicker in the long run than you realize. If there weren't consequences for certain actions, or there weren't restrictions, like there's always going to be, whatever you cause, there's going to be an effect, whether you perceive that effect to be good or bad. It just is what it is. And your guides are essentially saying, like, we're giving you the best process that is going to be most effective for you. If you try to rush through this and try to get further than where you're at, you're gonna get lost. You're gonna lose sight of yourself. So trust your gut, trust us, and give yourself the room and the freedom to go at your own pace. You will be just fine. Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't think of this either. So the reason this says Millpool is because Millhouse was signing Bart's cast, because Bart broke his leg trying to jump off a treehouse. Well, he fell off a treehouse trying to jump into the pool, and he basically like missed out on his summer because he broke his leg. And in that episode, Bart becomes like this recluse, like, you know, kind of hermit, and like is kind of isolated from everyone and really dark and really angry. And one thing that your guides want you to know is that, like, first of all, Bart was only that way for one episode, and not even for the entire episode. So when you feel really dark and isolated and angry at the universe, and like you don't fit in, and that you don't understand like where you're going or what the purpose of all this shit is, your guides are saying, bro, this is so temporary. Like, this is a necessary emotion that you're feeling, or a necessary experience you need to have to get you where you need to go. And so what your guides are saying, what seems like it's unfair could actually be something that you need, or could be benefiting you in a way that you can't even see. But pile 8, I think I'm going to leave your reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch, you can follow my social media, you can like this video, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, you can subscribe and click that little bell notification if you want. But I really hope this reading helped. I really hope this reading gave you the guidance that you needed to hear. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this reading. Thank you for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 9. If you guys chose this purple Rider-Waite heart, this is going to be your reading. So let's go ahead and meet who from your spiritual team wants to come forward. So to start, we have the 4 of Wands. We have the 5 of Pentacles. We have number 55, I am evolving. We have Gladiola, strength of character and moral integrity. Our character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through the experiences of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, vision cleared, and ambition inspired, and success achieved. Helen Keller spitting some fire bars right there. We also have Anemone. I'm glad I didn't struggle to say this. I don't know why, but if Finding Nemo is significant to you, I feel like I struggle to say anemone, not because I'm bad at it, because I think about Nemo struggling to say it, and then it, like, I don't know, placebo effect. Anticipation. I felt like an arrow pulled back and ready to be launched into something big. We also have the Crumbling. What are you clinging on to? We have a Blue Heron. Make a stand for what you believe in and do what feels right, in spite of any judgment or disapproval from others. We have Let Your Light Shine, and we have Express Love Through Gifts. Okay, well, now I'm being told to fix this again. Okay, wait, no, like this? Yes, like this. Okay, there, that's better. That feels better. So, it's funny that this Express Love Through Gifts came out, because gift is going to kind of be a buzzword for this pile. So there isn't one spirit guide coming through for you in this pile. Actually, you have a ton of ancestors coming through, a ton. Many of these ancestors you've never met. They go back generations. Some of them are ancestors that are from the more recent past. A specific message that I got was anyone who was wounded or died in war is definitely somebody that is part of your spiritual team, an ancestor part of your spiritual team. But also anybody who received actually like a purple heart, that can be a sign of who's watching over you as well. Like I heard specifically like a grandpa or something like that could be like a main spirit guide for you, but that actually is more personal and doesn't really have to do with what these ancestors are talking about that are coming through. That's more just a special message for those who needed it. And for those where that message resonates, you should know that they are like one of your main guides, and that like they love you very, very much, and that they are, you know, protecting you. They are protecting and serving on the other side for you, and they wouldn't ask for anything else, and that, yeah, they absolutely love you. Anyway, for the rest of you and the people that I just mentioned that resonated with that message, you either are a very old earthly soul, or you are a starseed who is very new to Earth, like maybe one of your first incarnations. If you're a starseed, or you resonate with the idea of being a starseed, your soul is a gift to this ancestral line, and they very much view you as a gift and a valued addition to carry on their lineage and their legacy here on Earth. But if you're a very old soul and you don't really resonate with starseed energy, then I definitely think that you are a very valuable and coveted member of these ancestral lines, and you may not remember that, but I definitely think that your soul understands this Five of Pentacles energy, because the specific ancestors that I have coming through are ancestors that definitely have suffered greatly. They've either been oppressed, they've been in extreme poverty, they've been wounded, they've been like a big vibe that I'm getting, like I heard Trail of Tears, so like there's definitely Native American ancestors coming through here. I also heard like Slavic, like the Slavic countries, as well as I heard Korea as well. And Spirit's just listing them, like it doesn't have to be these, I'm just naming ones that I heard. But like these could be peoples that like literally don't even technically exist anymore, you know what I mean? Like I know in my DNA, like I have Anatolian ancestry, and I don't think Anatolian people are a thing anymore. Like there's definitely ancient peoples in here, like Phoenicians is one of them. But Phoenicians are actually really interesting because they like moved around a lot. But we don't know a lot about Phoenicians. Anyway, yeah, I feel like your ancestors have experienced a lot of suffering. And I would say whether you're an old soul who is part of this soul family and, you know, redoing this cycle, or you resonate with the idea of being a starseed and you are essentially a gift to this ancestral lineage, one thing that these ancestors want you to know is that you carry their burdens, their trauma in your DNA. And that a lot of the pain that you feel, especially the pain that you felt at a young age that you really couldn't understand, for a very long time, you have been carrying the weights of people. You're carrying many weights of the people that came before you and that suffered before you. And so there's a lot of trauma that you inherited from that. But one thing that they want you to know is that you will overcome it. And in fact, I think that you already have been. I just heard you are the revolution. You are a blessing and a gift to your ancestors in general, because this is the lifetime where your generational cycles change, and you are single-handedly changing the course of your lineage. And your ancestors couldn't be more grateful for that, because your ancestors were tired of suffering. They're tired of, you know, same shit, different lifetime is kind of the energy of what they've experienced. They've experienced a hell of a lot of suffering. And the thing is, though, that it's not that they are angry or bitter that that's the case, because it's those experiences that have assured that your family lineage also had qualities like people who are strong people and have moral integrity. Because one thing that your ancestors want you to understand is that you are one of them. And even if you don't ever go through the same struggles that they have to, that you have their struggles within them, but you also have their positive value traits within them as well. And they are asking you to stay true to what you value. And I would say as well, any cultures that you specifically like, that you like, because I mean, okay, so here's the thing, because these are so many different types of ancestors, and like you have ancestors from different backgrounds coming through, whichever like cultural practices you already partake in, or cultures that you feel drawn to, especially if they're ancient cultures, I would like do research on these ancient cultures, because I think that your ancestors will be able to guide you to the information that you need to hear. But any cultures that you already like, you know, belong to and feel a deep resonance with, those ancestors are definitely coming through, and they're much closer in energy wise. I also think in cultures where gifts are customary or like expected, your ancestors are asking you, like they have left a lot of blessings on you is what I have heard. And they are almost like they're kind of asking for a gift back, like a little offering of some kind to express your appreciation to them. If you have already left your ancestors' offerings, they're thanking you for honoring them in that way. But they also kind of have this energy of scratch our back and we'll scratch yours. Like, we've got you if you get us. So like we will reciprocate what you give to us. But I mean, the Four of Wands and the Five of Pentacles are literally like polar opposite energies. And so your guides are saying this constant cycle, your guides are saying this, not your ancestors, this constant cycle, and let me be clear, your guides and your ancestors are both a part of your spiritual team, but they're a bit different. Your ancestors love you, but your ancestors are biased and they don't have to be unconditionally loving. So be aware of that. Ancestors do hold powerful influence though, and they can definitely sway things in your favor. So you do want them on your good side. But I found that I like going to my spirit guides for guidance and going to my ancestors when I need like a boost of encouragement, or like I need like a protection or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that's more so what I would go to them for. But like, you have your own relationship with your ancestors. You do what you want. But what your ancestors want you to understand is that, like, look at how similar these two cards are. It's literally like the suffering is ending with you. And that may sound like a huge burden to carry, but you're already doing it. And so your ancestors, first of all, want to thank you for all that you've done so far. But they also want you to understand that you are going to be so blessed from doing this work. And in fact, all your ancestors want you to know is to be more authentically you, and to keep going, and to not step back down from what you believe in, and not stray away from your character or your moral integrity. And I think that no matter the family members that are coming through are definitely like, honestly, one reason why your ancestral lineage may have consistently suffered through poverty is because of their strength of character and moral integrity, because they were unwilling to do shady or deceitful things to gain material benefit. Their authentic truths have always been more powerful than external circumstances, and they want you to carry that on. That is what is incredibly important. And if you're a starseed who is kind of just joining this soul family now and like experiencing all of this, your ancestors, your now ancestors, want you to understand that they know that you're inheriting a lot of burden, a lot of trauma, and that they understand that like incarnating in this body and growing and being in your body, it probably was really uncomfortable, but they also want to remind you that you got all their strengths as well. And I think I kind of said that, but I think they really wanted to reiterate for those starseeds who feel really powerless in like physical human bodies and just feel like they're not getting what they need and getting, or they're just struggling and everything is a struggle. One, that's you repeating that energy. But the difference is that you're not supposed to stay in this energy. I think that this is the first time where your ancestral lineage has had the opportunity to flip the script and change the game. And it's quite possible, actually, like at the very least with your parents and grandparents, there definitely was a transition out of this. But I think that you might be the first person, or you and your siblings may be the first people to truly like go after what you authentically want and evolve and ascend and heal your ancestral line through that process. Because the thing is that your ancestral line has always been full of great, amazing people. The unfortunate thing is that the systems from our past were not great and amazing. If you look at our systems now, they are definitely not great and amazing. They haven't been much better back then either. So they're kind of saying like, unfortunately, with just the way that society worked, either they were people that were discriminated against, oppressed, literally, like for some straight up genocided. Like there's a lot of heavy like things that you're transmuting. And one thing that they want you to know is to not shame yourself for all the pain you feel, because the pain you feel is not just your pain. It's the pain and the suffering of the people, the real people that came before you and made it so that you could even be here. And you're probably like, I don't want to be here. Well, too bad, you're already here, so suck it up. That's probably not, which I definitely think that your ancestors probably do kind of have that suck it up mentality, because that's what they've had to do. But the beautiful thing is that no matter how much they suffered, nothing could ever kill their spirit. And that's the same way with you. And they're kind of saying like, your early life is meant to reflect the generations, like how much it's meant to give you a little window and insight into how much suffering your ancestors have experienced and how easy you should be on yourself and how proud of them and yourself you should be. Because they're saying like substantial changes in your future, embrace the change and need to overcome your insecurities and let go of your fears. I am evolving. Because like some of your insecurities and your fears are just inherited biological things that you're struggling to cope with. And so I think what your ancestors are saying is like, some of that might be our bad, but listen, you've got our positive stuff too. And like, we will help you. We will guide you in every way we can. And like, we are here to set you up for success. Like we want to see you succeed. And the cool thing about ancestors is that they're not unconditionally loving. So they're here to pull strings in your benefit. But I think the more love and attention you give to them, the more love and attention they will give to your situation. And I think that is also just because, you know, there are so many ancestors coming through. You might want to be discerning about like what types of ancestors you're like having help you. Yeah, maybe we should do an ancestor reading. That might be interesting. But yeah, okay, so let's go a little bit deeper now and look at these tea leaf cards and see what else they want you to know. So yeah, we have table, hard work ahead. Yeah, you come from a long line of really hard workers. For some, I could definitely see like carpenters. We also have younger woman, dealings or relationship with a younger woman. So one of these ancestral guides could actually be, so I see why your ancestors are so encouraging of you. So this, obviously the cycle doesn't end with you, right? unless you don't have children or reproduce, your ancestors are definitely gonna be like incarnating. So for some, I almost feel like you're being guided by ancestors that are going to incarnate as, for some, your future children or your current children. Maybe specifically with like a daughter, like maybe if you have a particularly, especially if you resonate with being an old soul, you may have a particularly difficult relationship with like a daughter, or something like that. And that could be like an old karmic thing. Like this is something that you've done for generations and it's like you're just working through it. Yeah, I just heard Blackpink say love to hate me. Like you love each other, but you probably drive each other insane too. We also have Whale, great worrying over nothing. We have Vulture, depression, anxiety, worry that someone is against you. And we have May. And as soon as I pulled that out, I heard, it's gonna be May. And I think that like your ancestors want you to understand, like, it's gonna be you. Like, you are gonna be the one to change the game. And honestly, the younger woman may be you. You may be the one like changing the game. And they're saying it's not gonna be easy, but it is gonna be worth it. And instead of like wondering about what's going to happen and fearing about it, instead trust that this is your destiny, that you deserve this, you know? I love it that May came out because, you know, this card shows winter. And if you're the game changer, it's like you're the one heating everything up and turning things into spring. And spring is where like cherry blossoms could be significant, by the way. But spring is when life starts, when life begins, and things, new beginnings and births and beautiful shit like that. And so your ancestors are saying like, this is gonna be you. It's gonna be you. But with this Vulture card, depression, anxiety, worry that someone is against you, some of that I do think is inherited from your lineage. And so if you're not getting help for that, you may want to seek help, because you shouldn't go through this alone. And one thing that your ancestors want you to know is like, you have access to way more help with these things than we ever did. And like, we want you to utilize that, because if we had that stuff, then maybe we would have never passed this stuff down to you, if that makes sense. But let's go ahead and look at these cards now. And yeah, okay. I love these cards. Like, they have just been confirming everything that I've been saying tonight. And I love it. So we have new beginnings. Like, oh my God, you're the chosen one. Yes, you're the chosen. Oh yes, I love that. Oh, you're Harry Potter. We also have ask someone smarter. And we have stay warm, love, mom. So for some of you, this could definitely be very close ancestors to you. But this is like, oh, okay. So when it comes to finding out more about your ancestors and your lineage, the oldest living ancestors that you know of, ask them about their grandparents, or like what they know about the family. Like, get information from the people around you so that you can learn more about your lineage and where you come from. You can take a DNA test. You can check out like ancestry.com. I'm not sponsored. I shouldn't even have said a name. Should have been like, sponsor me, but it's okay. But yeah, your guys are saying that things are meant to change with you, and that you're surrounded and protected by so much love. Like, you are their chosen one. And what I even noticed, this lightning in the crumbling card, and then here it's coming out again. But yeah, your guides are saying like, oh my gosh, and that's even cuter, because like, they want to keep you warm, they want to keep you safe, and like, they're going to keep you out of this winter cold. Like, you are a game changer, and they want you to understand that you may be angry at the universe sometimes, or you may be frustrated about the work that you're doing. But what you have to understand is that like, you've already done so much, and you can't even imagine how much you're helping and healing your family line from doing all this work. And that and doing all that work is not for nothing. Not only does it benefit you, but like the blessings that you will receive from healing all of this, it is huge. I mean, it's huge. The universe will reward you. But I just cut the deck and I saw you'll never know what you can achieve unless you try. And so I think that is true. But let's see what else your ancestors want you to say. What else I feel called to take this purple card, so I'm going to take it. Separation is a fallacy. You are divine. Connect to your oneness. So you might feel like you are separated from your ancestors, or that you don't understand that part. Or if you're a starseed, you might feel like you're just separated from your actual family. And so one thing that your ancestors are saying, hello, we're your family now. So, hi, we're a part of you too. You're not separate from us. But also, if you're in a separation situation or dealing with anything like that, you are made in the image of God. So what you need to understand is that, like, you are divine and that you are never separated from anything. You are connected to everything and everyone in your own divinity and in your oneness. You are one with everything. You are not separate. And I think that your ancestors want you to understand that they are one with you, that they are not separated from you, that they are a part of you as well. Oh yeah, and we have lemon grab. And so your ancestors are saying that you are more than acceptable to do this, and that they are proud to have you as a part of their family. Whether you've been in this family for millions of years or you just joined. We also have light worker. So yeah, you're definitely a light worker, which makes sense because all of this, like, you are the light. You are seeding the light that is going to melt the frosty winter coldness off of this ancestral lineage. That is for sure. What else, Spirit? Okay, so we also have everything will make sense in time. Follow your truth and trust your inner guidance. So yeah, your guides are saying, like, this will all come out the way it's meant to. Oh my gosh, your guides are so funny. So we also have Almost There, Lazy, which is a 90 Day Fiance reference. And trust me, your ancestors are not calling you lazy, but they are kind of like joking about it. Because, like, if you saw the shit that they went through, or they're glad that you don't have to see it, because, like, it's rough. And, like, they don't want you to understand that. But, like, if you could see that, you would understand why you feel things so heavily, and why your energy, like, they understand why you feel certain things that you don't understand why you feel them, if that makes sense. We also have this too will pass. So they're saying that, yeah, this time period that you're struggling will pass. But on the back of the deck, we have we know. So this is an Elder Scrolls reference to the Dark Brotherhood. And so I feel like you are literally, like, you are a part of them. You're a part of your ancestors. We know what's going on with you. We're here to help you, and, like, we can see what you cannot, so trust us, because we will get you there. But that's also with your guides as well, not just your ancestors. So I would definitely check a different pile if you want to connect with a guide. But pile 9, I am going to leave your reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Definitely let me know how it resonates in the comments. Feel free, if you would like to support me in any way, to like and subscribe and comment for engagement. Thank you so much to everyone who watches my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. So I just want to say thank you to that. Thank you for that. I have anything else? Oh, if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch, or you can check out my social media. The links for that will all be down below. But thank you so much for letting me read your cards. I really hope that this reading helped you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 10. If you guys chose the Larimar Seashell, end of the line, we are going to be meeting who from your spiritual team wants to present themselves. So let's go ahead and see. So to start, we have the 10 of Wands. We have the Knight of Cups. We have the High Priestess. 333, you are being called upon to use your spiritual gifts as a light worker, assisting all of humanity. Live your truths and be a positive light to others. I am powerful. We also have your guardian angel is teaching you the essence of unconditional love. You're encouraged to have faith that the universe will provide for you while you are manifesting your inner desires. I am positive. Then we also have Morning Glory, affection and determination. The Morning Glory, which blooms for a day, differs not at heart from the giant pine that lives for 1,000 years. I love Alan Watts. He's the one who said that. We also have Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, Teacher. We have Octopus, practice shape-shifting by altering your physical appearance and mannerisms. We also have Spider. Ooh, both of these things have 8 legs. That's really interesting. Trust the creative spark you're feeling and express it through writing stories that inspire and enlighten, or in other ways that you feel you want to express yourself. Honesty is essential. Speak with love and truth. And number 17, visualize. Okay, so if you chose this pile, you are definitely spiritually gifted and highly psychic. I would be shocked if me telling you this was a shock, but if it is, either listen in and see what you're going. If you're listening to this and you're like, I don't know if I'm like this, but this sounds interesting and this seems like something I would want to be, then you need to listen to this, because the majority of people that are listening to this message are further along in this journey. But I feel like for some of you, you'll come across this reading as a way to confirm what you've been feeling intuitively. But for a lot of you, you're well into this journey. So let's just go ahead and talk about this. My psychics, my light workers, my mystics, my priestesses, my teachers, everyone who has a spiritual purpose, who follows any spiritual, is on a spiritual path or does anything spiritual in general, this is definitely your pile. So what's interesting though is I know exactly who the High Priestess is. Oh, wait, no, I got it. Sorry. So this guide of yours, she's very elusive. And let me be clear, she's a she, but she's incredibly powerful. And she is your main guide for all of your spiritual work. And she is like your protector when it comes to your spirit work. She is the one who is guiding you through that process. And the beautiful thing is that the High Priestess is all about what's inside. So it's all about your intuition. It's literally like the most psychic card in the deck. Hi there, Pile 10. I just went to stop my video and I realized it wasn't playing. So I think there was a reason for that. And this is what I'm going to tell you, because I don't know where it stopped. And at this point, it's Pile 10 and I am tired. You are so powerful. You've got all the answers you need. The guide that you need right now is your higher self. That's the one that's coming through. Your guides want you to know that they will only trigger you to show you what needs to be healed. An action is also an action. Get out of your head and make those dreams a reality. Pay attention to your dreams. We have messages for you. Keep a dream journal. Pay attention to your mind. It really does affect how you see things. Stop chasing for what you want. It's yours. If you are thinking about having a spiritual career, that is literally, you are right about that. Following your bliss, following these spiritual gifts that you are blessed with, that is what will lead to the most abundance. I'm so sorry that this video got cut off, but I think the fact of the matter is that everybody that picked this pile is powerful enough to hear about their spiritual team or get messages on their own. And so I hope that this is a spiritual and not my camera. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know where the message got cut off. I'm really frustrated, but at the same time, I definitely think it happened for a reason. And I think that this is your frustrating way of getting the answer that you have been blessed with spiritual gifts. You need to use them instead of seeking guidance elsewhere, seeking answers outside of yourself. The most effective place that you can get answers right now is within. Focus on developing a meditation routine. Focus on ways to find stillness to create space for your higher self to come through. When you're anxious and you ruminate, your thoughts can't come through. So your higher self is really saying, make space for me to come in and give you guidance, because right now I can't, because you're not making space for me to come in. But these feelings are temporary. You're in the process of transformation. You are a beautiful butterfly and things are changing. Just follow your intuition. Things are just going to get better from here, baby. Like, you're doing great. You are meant to follow this path. Yeah, you are a light worker, you're a healer, you're a mystic, you're a teacher. Whatever you are meant to be, go follow it. Trust your intuition. You are your best guide. That is literally all you need to know. But yeah, Spirit, I guess, thinks I'll take these cards off at the very least so that you can see them. Ooh, clairaudience so is something that you may want to know about. But yeah, these were all qualities that you had. Okay, my video got stopped again. So Spirit did it a second time, so he's really telling me to just shut it. And but I just want to make sure that you guys saw all of your cards. So we have I'm open, they're closed, stop chasing, it's yours, ambitious, cunning leader, as well as moon, changes in your life, bread, period of prosperity and abundance, career, caterpillar, things will not always be this way, a change is coming, and boot, increase your effort if you want to increase your goals. I'm really sorry that this reading got all messed up for you. I wanted at the very least for you to read this cards. I explained this in the last time I explained this, but it got cut off again, is that I'm leaving in a few hours for like a week. So I would fix this and make it a real reading, but the entire point of the reading was that you can trust yourself and trust your own intuition. And honestly, this is me crying about my phone right now because I'm like, why are you doing this to me? Like, why you do this? And honestly, it's because of your spiritual energy. Like, and this is just a really highly energetic pile. And I wasn't even going to do 10 piles. I was going to do 9. And I did the 10th because I wanted it to look more visually appealing. Fuck my Libra rising. Anyway, yeah, I think this reading happened the way it did for a reason, but Spirit's really saying, like, Spirit's literally cutting me off. They're saying you don't need me, all you need is you. So take the cards from this reading as messages that you need to hear, and intuit them for yourself what you think they mean. If it helps you, the only cards that I assigned meaning to was these two were your guides, but I kind of intuited that this represented you and this kind of represented your higher self. And this card in the middle is what your guide is meant to help you with, and your higher self is literally just meant to unburden you from all the bullshit of life, right? So yeah, I know you guys got to see all the cards in the beginning, so I'm just gonna leave this reading here. I'm sorry for this reading. I'm sorry that it like turned out this way, but I know everybody that picked this pile will be totally chill with it and not bothered by it because y'all know how Spirit works. And if you don't, welcome. This is how Spirit works. Have fun figuring it out. But yeah, definitely check out a different pile if you want to hear about your guides and in a cohesive manner that is not full of technological difficulties. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.